Welcome to the 2051 Munich Climate Conference. My name is Nabila Abdelaziz. I'm a journalist and I'm going to be one of the hosts of the conference today and tomorrow. So right now we're in the year 2051. 2050 was a crucial year because many of the political, social, economic and technological changes to prevent dramatic climate change from happening were meant to have taken place already. They were planned around 30 years ago, in the 2020s, when the Paris climate agreements came into effect. At this conference, we want to look at what we did in the past. How did we use our time to prevent climate change, dramatic climate change from happening? What were the discourses we used and what knowledge did we produce? To do this, we've gathered scholars, scientists, and artists from all around the world to look at how we engaged with climate change 30 years ago. We have 2 days, we have 45 speakers from all around the world. And we're gonna ask us the questions, what worked, what didn't work, what did we miss out, what were our blind spots, what did we understand, and what did we not understand. We will kick off the day with 2 opening statements and a keynote. And before we start, I'll give a brief introduction of the speakers. The first speaker will be Zahra Akhlaqi. She's a law student, an activist, and a moderator, and she's active for the rights of refugees in Germany and has an Afghan background. After her, Anja Paollucci will speak. She works at the Umweltinstitut in Munich and has been active with FridaysForFuture since 2019. She's now, at the moment, the spokesperson for FridaysForFuture in Bavaria. The third person to speak, and he's gonna give today's keynote, is Saleemul. He's the director of the International Center for Climate Change and Development and a professor at the Independent University Bangladesh. He's an expert in adaptation to climate change in the most vulnerable developing communities and countries, and he advises on this topic all around the world. He's going to share his outlook with us on what happened in the last 30 years, since the 2020s. And now, let's listen to our first speaker, Zahra Akhlaqi.
Hello, and I would like to welcome you too to Munich, to Bellevue, Monaco, and to the Climate Conference. So we are sitting in Bellevue, Monaco. I don't know if everybody knows which organization is Bellevue, Monaco, so I would like to introduce you Bellevue, Monaco first of all. So Bellevue, Monaco is a residential and cultural center for refugees and other Munich citizens, and I'm very glad to work here. I've been working like the last 30 years here, and I lived myself actually with my family 38 years ago here for some years. And I'm very honored to be representing Bellevue, Monaco today. But what is actually a cultural and residential center? It's a place to feel at home for many refugees. So we do all the fun things like dance together, and we party or do sports together. They have a cultural part, like we do German course and some music festivals. We also work politically, and we have this residential part. So in the past we had the beginning like about 50 people living here, but it changed in the last years dramatically, and I'm glad that we are now having about 300 people in our houses in Munich. And yeah, the climate change changed the way we work in many different dimensions. So as we failed the 1.5 degrees target, it everything changed very dramatically. So we have 200 million people leaving their houses, their home, because they are not able to live anymore there. And since then, we are also focusing as an organization on the climate refugees, because they are now the biggest part of the refugees worldwide. And yeah, so it's very important for me to be here, and I wish you a lot of fun and informative and nice time in the climate conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Zahra. And we'll move to the next statement by Anja Paollucci from Fridays for Future.
Hi, my name is Anja Paollucci. Today, in 2051, I am 49 years old. And in my younger years, I was an activist with Fridays for Future in Munich. As I sat down to write this speech, I got to thinking about how my activism started for the first time in years. I got so caught up in the fights I was fighting that I almost forgot what it was like when I started, which is quite sad, because I lost the hope that we felt when we started fighting. The first time I skipped school in 2019 to march for climate action, I was 16 years old, and I believed in a just world in which the crises of our society would be solved if one just pointed them out. The scientific consensus was clear, and our government had even signed a treaty that it would do what needed to be done to stay within 1.5 degrees global warming. I believed it wouldn't be more than a year of fighting and reminding our government of its duty before we could go back to being teenagers. I very quickly learned that the fight for climate justice wasn't as simple as just reminding our government of the scientific consensus and its duty. Instead, we were confronted with a deliberate gridlock in climate politics and illegal, sometimes even unconstitutional actions and legislature by our elected officials. In 2020, we sued our government over its climate law, and in 2021, the German Constitutional Court ruled in our favor. It argued that the German climate law was partly unconstitutional because it disproportionately affected the freedoms of future and younger generations. Do you want to take a guess at what our government did? It put the blame on everyone but itself, and then turned around and passed the same law again and just exchanged a few numbers. Let me tell you, that new law was in no way, shape or form better than the old one. In 2020, activists from Ende Gelände were on their way to open cast coal mines in order to block coal infrastructure according to the motto, climate action is manual labor. On their way there, they were brutally beaten by the police and in some cases could no longer continue their activism because the traumatic stress was too severe. This was by no means the only or the last time that police took violent and repressive action against climate activists. There have been countless cases of police violence across the world against peaceful climate demonstrations. Some of the affected activists are still struggling with the traumatic consequences to this day, while the police got away with it. The German government at the time showed no interest in protecting those activists and instead condemned them for their actions and standing up for their future. The system we lived in was broken. Then everything was assigned a certain value. And the most fucked up thing about it is that profit was assigned a much higher value than human life or a stable climate, and everything was made to create greater profit. Do you want me to let you in on a secret? Our system is still broken. We live in the year 2051. Renewable energy sources should make up 100% of the electricity we use. Instead, we're still stuck at the pathetic 40% at which the renewable share of our energy sources stagnated 30 years ago. We live in the year 2051, and we're still stuck in a cycle of constantly having to buy new stuff because we have yet to understand how to create things that last instead of things that break after 6 months. We live in the year 2051, and the questions banks should be asking themselves before investing in projects are: will this investment be used to finance war or weapons? Will this investment have harmful effects on the environment and climate? Will this investment have beneficial effects on the society? Instead, they only care about what creates the greatest profit, with little to no regard for the ecological consequences. We live in the year 2051, and our cities are still crammed with cars. Our cities are made for cars, not people. Nothing has changed since the 2020s. We have surpassed 1.5 degrees global warming by so much that it still scares me to think about. We live in the actual climate catastrophe. I have lived through more droughts than most of the generations that preceded mine. I have lived through storms and floods that were so intense they far exceeded anything and everything we could have expected. As I am speaking, millions and millions of people are being forced out of their homes where they have lived for generations because the climate catastrophe has made their homes so hostile that there is no way for them to survive there. This is worse than anything I could have imagined. But this is what we knew we were heading for. Many people say that Germany decided against change in 2021 when the federal elections resulted in a government that did not give a single shit about the climate crisis. I would like to object to that idea. We did not decide against change. We chose change when people started waking up to the climate crisis and organized. We chose change when the struggle of indigenous people fighting for their rights, their land, and decolonization reached us in Germany, and we did what we could to support them. In fighting for climate justice, we fought to change the system so that countries of the global north wouldn't continue profiting off of the exploitation of countries of the global south. We chose change when 1.4 million people in Germany alone took to the streets and demanded climate action. We missed change when we got a government that was so corrupt and morally blind that it promised us climate action, but it instead ignored us when we took to the streets. That government didn't give a shit about anything but power and protecting some imaginary status quo. They sold us out. Ever since 2019, we've mobilized millions of people. Do you remember the first time you marched for the climate? Do you remember rallying up all your friends to fight for the one thing we could not live without? A stable climate. Do you remember when you first raised your voice? Do you remember that feeling when you stood on the street with so many other people and you felt change was inevitable? That feeling is indescribable. There is nothing quite like it. I remember talking to my friends and fellow activists about how revolutions statistically only needed 3.5% of the population to succeed, yet we did not succeed. The first time I skipped school to march for climate action, I was 16 years old, and I believed in a world that was just, in which the crises of our society would be solved if one just pointed them out. I still believe in that world, but I've learned that just pointing out a problem isn't enough. You have to fight for the solution, and you cannot accept failure. Let me break character for a moment. We need to avoid ending up in a world of global warming greater than 1.5 degrees. 2 degrees plus global warming is the apocalypse. To avoid missing the 1.5 degree mark, we have to fight and we have to make use of our democratic rights. Federal elections are next week, and they really do play a deciding role in the way the climate crisis will play out. Next Friday, on the 24th of September, Fridays for Future will be hosting our next global climate strike. In Munich, it will take place at noon at Königsplatz. Together we will uproot the system because the system is broken and it does not need to stay that way. No matter the result of the elections, We will not stop fighting, and I hope you will be with us, because we cannot lose this fight. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna, and thank you, Zahra, for your passionate speeches. And now I'm very interested to hear what year 2051 Saleemul is speaking from. Afterwards, there will be the opportunity to ask questions. And now we will listen to Saleemul, who's an expert in the adaptation of vulnerable communities to climate change. Thank you very much, and please start.
Thank you. Thank you very much for inviting me. It's a great pleasure for me to be here with you. So let me start with my vision of 2051, which will not have me in it because I'm not going to live till 2051. I'm not even sure my children will be able to live till then, but perhaps my grandchildren might be. And I'm going to take a very rosy and optimistic view of that future of 2051, in which we have solved the climate change problem. And we did it in the period of 2021 to 2025, or up to 2030. This was the critical juncture at which the world was able to change, the world agreed to change, and the world did change. Now, how did it do that, and what were the critical factors? I'm going to name three that I feel were the biggest contributors to making that positive change. The first one is young people. And we just heard the voices of a couple of young people just now. Young people around the world in around 2020, 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021, mobilized in a way that we had never seen before. All over the world, every country had the Fridays for Future, school children going out of school, demonstrating, raising their voices, advocating with their own leaders in their own countries, and then globally with global leaders, and their voices got stronger and stronger, and they were able to make political differences, as we just heard, in electoral processes, particularly in democratic countries where the electorate has a big say in changing policies and leaders. And I'll cite just one example that actually happened in that period, where President Biden was able to defeat then President Trump in the United States election in 2020. A very large part of that success came from mobilizing the young people, or mobilization by and with the young people in the United States, for whom tackling climate change was a very high priority. In fact, tackling climate change was not a high priority for then candidate Biden. He was not convinced about the issue, but the young people that worked for him and voted for him and brought out the vote for him convinced him. And so when he came into the office, he understood that the magnitude of climate change was much bigger than he had realized before. And in fact, he was able to take actions to do that. In fact, if you have just seen the last few days on the television screens, you will have seen that he's been visiting the affected areas in the United States that were hit by Hurricane Ida just a few days ago, caused devastation. More than 50 Americans lost their lives. They lost it. So that's loss and damage from human-induced climate change, and he accepts it. And now he is trying to pass a bill in the US Congress to tackle climate change, along with other kinds of infrastructure in the United States of America. These are things that he originally was not convinced of, but the young people in the United States convinced him, and they are pushing him, and hopefully they will continue to do that. And in my scenario for 2020, 2051, they are successful, or they were successful in changing the biggest economy in the world and putting it on a path towards development that is safe development and environmentally protective development, and a fossil fuel free development. That is really the golden pathway that we need to develop for all countries going forward. And the 2020, 2021 particularly the COP26 held in November of that year, was the pivotal moment, in my view, that shifted the rest of the world in that direction, in the positive direction, which eventually allowed us to solve the problem by 2051. That's the first pillar. Young people all over the world, everywhere, working at local level, at national level, and at global level, and inheriting and creating the world that they want to create, and not just depending on their adult leaders to deliver, who had up till then failed to do so. The second pillar of this success, I would say, is amongst key leaders. Individual leaders matter a lot, and having good leaders in some countries has been a very big factor in taking action, being a leader who does things, and then persuades others to follow and join and do things. And I will say that female heads of government have played a very, very key role in moving us forward. And I'll cite some examples from the past and then some examples from the present, which I hope will be built on into the future. In the original UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, a very key leader who brought the UN Framework Convention together was the then Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, Margaret Thatcher. Margaret Thatcher was a right-wing conservative politician. In general, her party is not a pro-climate change action party, but she herself had a science background. She studied science in university, and when she saw the IPCC report, she understood the science. She understood what molecules of greenhouse gases, CO2 and methane will do. She was a chemist herself. And she understood this was a global problem. And she was very instrumental in getting global leaders from around the world, including at that time, President Bush of the United States, around the table to negotiate and agree the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, which was a pivotal acceptance and action by global leaders. Since then, we also had Chancellor Angela Merkel in Germany. She was the first president of COP1 in Berlin, in Germany. I remember that many years ago. I was there myself. And since then, she has been another leader. Again, she comes with a scientific background. She had a understanding of the science. She didn't have to deny the science or have it explained to her. And she knew that this was a reality, and she did what she could during her tenure as a leader, first as the Minister for Environment and then as the Chancellor of Germany. Now, moving forward in this time of 2021 and the upcoming Conference of Parties, I will name a few female leaders with whom I would ask everybody to keep in touch and keep an eye on. One of them is the Prime Minister of my country, Sheikh Hasina, who is currently leading a group of nearly 50 vulnerable countries called the Climate Vulnerable Forum, and she will be going to Glasgow and representing them. And she will be speaking on behalf of the vulnerable countries to keep 1.5 degree in sight and to make sure that we also deliver on the $100 billion a year, which was promised. And we also deal with this new and upcoming problem of loss and damage from climate change, which unfortunately has become a reality. At the same time, I would also ask you to keep an eye on the First Minister of Scotland, where the COP is going to be held. Not the Prime Minister of the UK, Boris Johnson. I don't really have much faith in him. But I do have faith in Nicola Sturgeon, who is the First Minister of Scotland. And Scotland actually has an independent policy on tackling climate change other than the United Kingdom. And it's much more progressive than the United Kingdom is. So keep an eye on Nicola Sturgeon. And then you have leaders like Jacinda Ardern from New Zealand, who has demonstrated in her leadership, particularly on dealing with COVID-19, that she is a leader head and shoulders above all the other leaders in every single country in the world. She has been able to protect the citizens of New Zealand by taking scientific actions on time and with the consent of the people of her country. So female leaders, and there are many more to come between now and 2051, I think they will be pivotal. They will be the ones who will be able to change. They will make others change, and they will persuade people to go along with them. And then the third and final building block of this success in 2051 is my country, Bangladesh. Bangladesh is perhaps the most vulnerable country to the impacts of climate change. It is now a country of 170 million people living in less than 150,000 square kilometers, one of the poorest countries in the world, one of the most vulnerable countries in the world, but at the same time, becoming one of the most resilient countries in the world. And between now and 2051, Bangladesh will show the whole world how to tackle climate change, not just deal with the impacts and manage the risk, but overcome the risk and overcome the impacts and become prosperous. And we are in the process of developing what we are calling our Mujib Climate Prosperity Plan to deal with climate change. It's no longer just a resilience to climate change, but prosperity despite climate change. And I'll cite the example of Bangladesh, which is now in this year, 2021, celebrating 50 years of its existence as a country. 50 years ago, when we became a country, there were leading politicians like Mr. Henry Kissinger of the United States that predicted Bangladesh would die. It would become a basket case. It would not survive. 50 years later, we are thriving. Whole country of Bangladesh is one of the leading developing countries in the whole world, and we will continue to do that. And a large part of that is investing in our young people, in our girls and in our boys. And they have already demonstrated their ability to lift the country up from a least developed country into a developing country. Over the next decades, up to 2051, we intend and plan to become a fully developed country based on our young girls and our young boys who are as bright and as energetic and as enthusiastic as any in the world. And we will not only help solve Bangladesh's problem, we will help solve the whole world's problems. Look to Bangladesh to be a world leader in the coming years and decades, and hopefully we will make that transition to 2051 and stay below 1.5 degrees and keep everybody safe. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much for your inspiring talk. So you touched on the importance of young people, the importance of leadership and female leadership specifically, and what I found the most fascinating, how we can actually learn from those who are maybe at the moment the most marginalized, but who are leading the way because they had to adapt earlier, and who will teach us, or who have taught us, actually, speaking from 2051. So let's see if there are any questions at the moment. Not so far. Right, maybe I will ask with start with one question then. You were talking about the importance of leadership in the early 2020s, though, or generally the beginning of the 2000s. We had a problem with populist leadership that very much relied upon a view of human and nature relationship that was very extractive. What do you think created that change towards a different vision of leadership? How did that happen?
I can tell you how it happened from 2051 backwards, but I can also mention it happening now in 2021. And it is a generational change. The populist leaders that you mentioned are all old people looking to the past and basing everything on, the past was good, the present and future is bad, immigrants are bad, colored people are bad, young people, progressives are bad, and they hearken back to nostalgia. That's how they appeal, and that's how they get the votes from a dwindling number of old people. And in the developed countries like the United States and in Europe, white old people, all right? The future does not belong to them. The future belongs to the young people. The teenagers in these countries, many of them of mixed race, many of them immigrants who have become Germans, who have become French, who have become Americans, and they are fully fledged citizens of their countries, and they are the ones who will propel the future. And they will bring in this new future, which I'm predicting will happen in the next few years, in this decade. And it'll be a sea change. The world will be unrecognizable once this new generation takes over. And the big difference between the old generation and the new generation is the old generation thinks in terms of national identities, okay? They think of themselves as Germans or Americans or British, primarily. The new generation thinks of themselves as citizens of planet Earth. We share the planet with citizens all over the world. We are connected all over the world. And the problem of climate change is a global problem that can only be solved by treating it globally, by citizens of all over the world, of planet Earth, taking actions to deal with it. And so the young people are going to be able to shift from thinking of themselves from citizens of Germany first to citizens of planet Earth first and citizens of Germany second. So you elect good leaders in Germany, but you link with the rest of the world to make sure that we are all tackling a global problem together. And young people are doing that. Every Friday, school kids in every country in the world are coming out and talking to each other and taking actions across the globe, around the world. Their leaders are not doing the same. Leaders are falling behind. But the young kids in the schools, they're doing it. And they will continue to do it, and they will bring the way forward and shift the politics in the next few years. I am absolutely certain of that.
You mentioned a couple of problems that I think many people still don't see as interconnected. So you're talking about racism, classism, geopolitical inequalities, and then of course the ecological and the climate crisis. So do you think it's important to see all these problems and issues as interconnected?
I certainly see them as interconnected, but you have to tackle each one in its own domain, because each issue has a context, certain people involved in it, certain leaders, certain countries, certain groups, certain arenas of discussion and discourse. You need to engage in all of these different arenas. But as I said, climate change as a global problem is unprecedented in terms of bringing the globe together. Nothing else brings us together as climate change does. Every single citizen, 7.5 billion people on planet Earth, is connected to climate change. Every one of us has a carbon footprint. We make emissions. Some people's emissions are huge. Some people's emissions are tiny, but we each emit. And each of us needs to do something to tackle the problem. It's a global problem. We're not tackling it for our own country. We're tackling it for the whole world. And that mental shift, that paradigm shift that climate change enables us to do, no other problem enables us to do that. The other problems are, they're big problems, they're related problems, but they are in silos. Climate change is not a silo. Climate change is everything. It's going to connect everything. And people are beginning to realize that, particularly young people are beginning to realize that. And we'll make everybody else realize that and then do something about it together. Global solidarity is what will reach us to the goal that I'm talking about of to 2051, at least my vision of it.
Mm-hmm. And speaking of solidarity, so do you believe countries like Bangladesh that have been feeling the effects of climate change for much longer already and in a much stronger and more forceful way, do you think these nations are becoming more of a voice? Are more people listening to them? And if not, how do you achieve a greater platform for these nations?
Well, they have been impacted by climate change already for some time now, but the rest of the world simply has not taken much notice. But I think that is changing. The recent floods that you had in Germany, for example, where more than 150 German citizens lost their lives. Bangladesh has floods all the time. But people don't lose their lives anymore because we have very good, effective warning and evacuation system. Floods do a lot of damage, but loss of life we have minimized and in a very, very strong way. So Germany can learn lessons from Bangladesh on how to adapt to the impacts of climate change. And that is one of the things I was referring to in my 2051 scenario. The rest of the world will learn from Bangladesh how to tackle climate change, because you will have to tackle it tomorrow. We've been tackling it for the last 10 years, and we have gone up a learning curve and figured out how to do it. And by the way, technology is not the answer. People's solidarity and knowledge is the answer. People knowing what to do and being able to do it and doing it together is the answer. Technology is not going to save you.
So in a way, trying to tackle climate change, if technology is not the solution, as you said, and individualism is not the solution, so somehow this also requires us to think of different ways of living together as humans, of different ways of living as a community, I guess, because as a single lone person, you have no chance against the consequences of climate change. So did you see that happening in Bangladesh in the last 30 years, that the society understands itself differently now?
Absolutely. I think that's the example of Bangladesh that I keep citing. It's not an example of technology or of major financial investments. It's an example of a people coming together and in solidarity with each other and helping each other and working together in what we call a whole of society approach. We don't leave it to the government to do things. We do things ourselves. We help the government. Sometimes they make mistakes. They don't do everything perfect. None of us do. But we learn from our mistakes. And the idea is that we are in this together. We help each other, and we sink and swim together. Nobody can be isolated. Rich cannot isolate themselves. We saw this in the COVID-19 crisis now already. Nobody can isolate themselves from the problem. Global pandemics and climate change is orders of magnitude more significant than the global pandemic of COVID-19. And so, as I said, the paradigm shift that we have to do, and we will do, I'm very confident, the quicker we do it, the better, is to change everyone's thinking from thinking of themselves as individuals or their own small communities or even their own countries to being citizens of planet Earth. And we all need to work together. We need to understand each other. We get to know each other. And new technologies allows us to do this. You know, you and I are having this conversation from completely different parts of the world. More of this is needed and can be done. And so we have to make it happen.
Thank you so much. Are there any more questions from the audience? Not at the moment, we're still getting into it. But thank you so much, Saleemul, for your speech. Thank you so much, Zahra and Anja. I'm going to give a brief outlook on how the day is going to look like today. So we're touching on a lot of the topics we just have spoken about as well. So in the first session at 12 o'clock, we'll talk about climate resilient development, where we can learn a lot from Bangladesh, as we just heard, and also about how to communicate effectively about climate change. How do you get people to start becoming active about it? At 3 o'clock, we'll have a session on 1001 scenarios for a troubled Earth. And we're also going to speak on how important a visual discourse on climate change has been in the last 30 years and whether it was successful or not. And we will talk about Europe's emission trading system. Later in the afternoon at 5:30, we'll have an artist's performance called Shroud for an Ancient Sea, where we will also listen to some musical performances. And then we will talk about black swans and how they create the future black swans events, and the idea of Earth operations management, which is a different outlook method on how to deal with our economies and our planet and our agricultures in general. There will be a parallel session on the idea of having a museum of carbon ruins, and we will have a session on Agony Aunt Letters, epistolary notes from an everyday future. We will finish the day with a closing session and another keynote called the Drying Prayer. So thank you again very much for the opening statements and the keynotes. I'm really looking forward to this conference. We will see Zahra again because she's also one of the hosts of the conference. Thanks so much again, Saleemul for your speech. Thanks so much, Anja Paollucci, and see the rest of you afterwards in the coming sessions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
welcome back to the first session of today. There were meant to be 2 sessions actually, 51.1a and 51.1b, but we've put the 2 of them together. So now we're going to listen to Lena Schlegel and Geronimo Gussmann and their 2 presentations. We're going to start with Lena Schlegel, and I'm going to give a short introduction to our topic. So yeah, as you know, we're in the year 2051, looking back at 2020, which was a really crucial moment in time. Because at that time, many people were wondering, how do we gain the public's approval for our actions against climate change? How do we get people to actually become active? And one of the biggest challenges there is, how do we communicate all of this? Do we work with hope or fear, with facts and statistics, with storytelling, with visuals, with imagination? How do we get people to actually become active? Before we start, a quick introduction of Lena Schlegel. She's a researcher at the Rachel Carson Center for Environment and Society at the Ludwig Maximilian University in Munich. She's interested in environmental sociology and ethics and focuses on new feminist new materialism, relationality, and care. In her doctoral project, she explores the role of human-nature interaction in the context of the Australian Black Summer. Lena Schlegel, please start your presentation.
Thank you very much for the introduction. Thank you also for all the contributors to this fascinating event. I'm really happy to be here today in this really interesting format. As mentioned, I'm a social scientist, and I'm here today to make the point that we missed a chance to meet the 2-degree target by pursuing a purely techno-scientific path to transformation. And we left aside important contributions from the social sciences, which would have been crucial to facilitate also the necessary value changes for a more fundamental socio-ecological transformation. In other words, I'm here to argue that we lack the sociological imagination which would have been necessary to imagine another, more sustainable world while that was still possible. And I want to start by illustrating 2051 as it is today upon following this techno-scientific path. So obviously we surpassed 2 degrees of global warming. That means that several tipping points have been reached and chain reactions have been set off, leading to fundamental changes to previously stable habitats, to large-scale species loss, and also many places that have previously been inhabited by humans are no longer inhabitable for humans. So that means many places have been displaced, have lost their homes, leading to further social unrest, populism, and resistance. There have also been violent conflicts over resources and territories. Pollution is high. Extreme weather events such as floods, droughts, fires, and storms are frequent events, as is the occurrence of novel diseases. Industrial production has decreased in several areas, including the fossil fuel industry and industrial farming. Energy consumption remains high due to the high level of energy-intensive technology that we still use to power our societies. Supply with goods and services has been decentralized, and economies are generally more locally organized. This was mainly due to the fact that we realized the globalized economy proved unfeasible in an unstable world with so many sudden disruptions. To put this into perspective, I want to go back to the 2020s, where I think the window of opportunity to pursue a different path closed. Or rather, I want to start in 1972, when the Club of Rome first published its best-selling report, Limits to Growth. The researchers around Dennis Meadows used a dynamic system model to calculate different models of the future of human civilization. They identified 5 basic factors that determined and thus limit growth on the Earth: population, agricultural production, natural resources, industrial production, and pollution. They came to the conclusion that if humanity kept pursuing economic growth without regard for environmental factors, global society would experience a collapse, which means a sharp decline in both population and industrial production within 50 years of the report. Back then, the study was received with controversy. Critics claimed that the model had assumed too low resource levels, and the idea of collapse was more or less dismissed. In the 2020s, when the pressure from activists and more climate-related disasters rose, the question of collapse became more urgent. A Dutch sustainability researcher, Geir Harrington, decided to conduct a comparison between the scenarios created by the model and empirical data available in 2019. On the slide, you can see the main scenarios that she picked from the Club of Rome report. The first one is the Bau scenario, which means business as usual was continued. This scenario was based entirely on historical averages. It led, as you can see, to collapse in the early 21st century, like proposed by the original model. Because the original study received criticism for assuming too low resource levels, Geir Harrington included another scenario which is equivalent to the business as usual scenario but assumes double the resources. However, as you can see, that did not avoid collapse. It rather changed from a resource scarcity crisis to a pollution one. Because more resources were available, incentives for change were reduced, and business as usual went on for longer, creating more pollution, and in the end, agricultural output and human health deteriorated significantly. The third scenario is called comprehensive technology. This scenario represents the belief that humanity will simply innovate out of environmental constraints. It assumes that through technological innovation, other, more fundamental societal changes can be avoided. While this scenario didn't show an outright collapse, it did show risks of declines, for example, because the technology costs became so high and not enough resources were left for agricultural production, health and education services. Also, the figures underlying this scenario were highly optimistic given historical data. There was another scenario, the stable world scenario. In this scenario, humanity changed its priorities away from material consumption and industrial growth, more towards health and education services, pollution abatement, and resource efficiency technologies. In this scenario, we would have avoided collapse, and it would have left humanity with the highest levels of welfare. While this obviously would have been the most desirable scenario, the window of opportunity towards that track closed in the 2020s. So to me, the point of no return was reached in those early 2020s when we should have been asking us what kind of world we actually want to live in, based on which values we want to make a life on this planet, and we should have shifted our societal priorities accordingly. Instead, we more or less pursued the comprehensive technology scenario, in combination with the Bau 2 scenario. And this was quite a risky path to pursue, because we can see the declines in agricultural and industrial production and human welfare already, but we still don't know how sharp they will be, if they will be more moderate, as in the CT scenario, or more sharp, as in the Bau 2 scenario. So, to me, the most fundamental conclusion from that study is that fundamental changes in societal values and priorities would have been necessary to come onto a stable world scenario and reach the 2-degree target. And particularly, I think that the values concerning nature and human-nature relations that were dominant in late modern society provided a problematic framework for climate policy. They were built on dualisms, on the assumption of essential differences between humans and nature, the material and the social, body and mind, and the anthropocentric paradigm which legitimized the ongoing exploitation of natural resources for economic reasons, even when this was already at the expense of human welfare. And that is where I argue we should have taken sociological research more seriously, which offered insights into the motivations and constraints for social change, alternative value foundations and efforts to reconnect what had been separated by dualisms. In short, I think that we lack the sociological imagination to envision lives beyond the value systems present in the 2020s. And I want to elaborate how social science perspectives could have helped understand why we are on the wrong track and get on the right one. First of all, social scientists have alerted us to the limitations of the tech scenario quite early on. For example, Rainer Grundmann asserted that when climate change first came on the political agenda, it was wrongly treated as a scientific problem akin to the ozone hole. a causal problem with a simple identifiable trigger that could simply be solved by addressing that trigger. Instead, climate change is a multi-sectoral problem that reaches deep in the fabric of societies and requires a great deal of negotiation and reconfiguration of our social systems, lifestyles, and identities. In this sense, it is a social problem much rather than a technological one. As such, the assumption that we can solve climate change by purely techno-scientific measures was fraught to begin with. Other authors, like Mike Holm in his book Can Science Fix Climate Change, also alerted us to the unintended side effects of what he calls techno-fixes. He states that technologies designed to control the climate are first of all undesirable because regulating global temperatures is not like regulating local weather or climate. They are also ungovernable because there is no plausible and legitimate process for determining who sets the world temperature. And they are also unreliable because of the danger of unpredictable side effects. So overall, from a social science perspective, the tech scenario was both inadequate to address the nature of the problem, and it came with quite irresponsible risks. Another field where I think it would have been really important to take social science insights into account was research on the facilitators and constraints of social change, and the question why environmental concerns did not translate into action. Climate denial is a common example for this. For a long time, there was a fierce conviction that information about climate change, and mostly scientific information, would eventually lead to action. And if only we'd listen to the science, we'd somehow be compelled to act eventually. However, the science about climate change has been crystal clear well before the 21st century, and it did not translate into action, even when there were already severe catastrophic events and social instabilities. So we should have listened to social scientists who offered an understanding of these processes. For instance, Eviato Zerubbabel has comprehensively theorized the social organization of denial, which means that phenomena of ignoring are in response to social circumstances and carried out through social interaction. With Stanley Cohen, who has theorized different kinds of denial, we can classify climate denial as a case of implicatory denial, which is the failure to translate concerns into action. With implicatory denial, what is denied or minimized is not the facts per se, but the psychological, political, or moral implications that conventionally follow. This research tells us that climate denial was not due to a lack of information or concern, but we should have taken research into account that engaged with how knowledge and action are actually linked. And it turns out that emotions, for instance, play an important role in this. However, emotions have been profoundly absent from 21st century politics, at the privilege of expert knowledge, and we never got to the bottom of these processes, even when populist movements who draw significantly on emotions were on the rise. So the answers were out there, but we didn't really listen to them. For instance, Kari Norgard, an American sociologist, undertook a study on climate denial in Norway in the early 21st century. She found that the desire to avoid troubling emotions urged people to manage these emotions and separate knowledge about the climate crisis from their everyday lives. So while people were concerned about climate change, they did not connect this knowledge to their everyday lives, which led to collective inaction. Emotions are also crucial to developing the kind of sociological imagination I was talking about, because they link individual concerns to broader societal structures. So overall, we can see that emotions play an important part both for motivating action or for inhibiting it. So it would have been crucial to engage with how these emotions influence people's responses to climate change as well as political decisions. And finally, we should have interrogated from a sociological perspective with which presumptions we were looking at the future that we were trying to enable. The temporalities within which a socio-ecological phenomenon is perceived also affect how we can respond to them. So in late modern society, a linear understanding of history was dominant, which saw the future basically as the continuance of the past. Such understandings of time limit our ability to imagine alternative futures. We imagine our future lives basically as we have come to know them previously throughout our biography and our experiences. Based on linearity imagining different everyday lives or social relations or cherished self-conceptions becomes very difficult. Such time conceptions are also strongly tied to the Christian tradition and oriented towards future redemption. Thereby, they deflect us from a moral presence in the here and now, which, according to Deborah Bird-Rose, allows us to continue with harmful practices in the present without thinking about the consequences for the future. The technoscientific path to transformation was also characterized by this kind of temporality. The conviction that humans could simply innovate out of this crisis is like waiting for the technological deus ex machina, and it served to legitimize sticking to business as usual while waiting for such techno-fixes to save us. On the other hand, facing radical change is obviously scary and overwhelming, and how can we blame people for wanting to be positive about the future? Well, sociological research can also help us to differ between what can be seen as blind optimism and a hope for the future that is perhaps more transformative and that it can evoke new imaginaries. In late modern societies, there was a cultural disposition to focus disproportionately on positive outcomes. In many ways, hope was viewed equally to having positive, optimistic feelings about the future, which, as we have seen in the last slide, may lead to diffusion of responsibility from the present and prohibit change. Leslie Head therefore argued that we needed to decouple hope from the notion of optimism and view it more as an embodied practice. Drawing on Ernst Bloch's principle of hope, we can understand hope as a set of relations emergent from particular encounters. A hope grounded in connection, and the process of becoming hopeful as an embodied practice. To unfold the transformative power of hope, and openness towards others and towards encounters with others is required that involves the possibility to change one's own ground, to reconfigure one's sense of identity and belonging. If we had viewed transformation as a reconfiguration of our relationships, interpersonal relations, social structures, and nature-society relations, we could have drawn hope from the imaginaries of other futures we could have drawn from our sociological imagination. Futures that are not just a continuance of the status quo, and future selves that are open for new relationships with others in an entangled world. In this sense, if I could go back to 2020, this would probably be my message. Please listen to all the sciences and the humanities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lena Schlegel, for the really thought-provoking presentation. I especially liked that you spoke of hope that is something that is transformative, and that actually requires us to act as well. I think this is a way that I have never really thought about it before, and I hope it's as thought-provoking for the audience out there. You'll also be able to ask questions in a few minutes. So think about things that you might want to ask. But I will start with the questions, and the first question that I have is, you said that you think there should be fundamental changes in our outlook on nature and humanity and the interrelations between the two. Could you maybe just summarize that again? Like, what has to change or what had to change in our mindset?
Yes, right. So in late modernity, and I'm speaking of the what could be referred to as the global north. There was the dominant underlying assumption was that humans are kind of fundamentally different to nature, and it built on a whole set of dualisms that stem from Cartesian thought and the Enlightenment, that the body and the mind are completely separate, that the material world is something passive that only through human actions upon it can be animated. So this led to a whole set of also values and norms that it was okay to exploit the natural world for human welfare, which in the end, as we know, was also not in the interest of humans. But I think if we had made value changes sooner and started to listen to other epistemologies, indigenous cultures, etc., who used to have a very different approach to nature that provided more intrinsic value to it, then we would have been able to also change our politics, our actions that are based on these kinds of values much, much sooner.
Yeah, and you were saying to create this fundamental change, we have to listen to the social sciences and humanities. But would it be possible to say that it wasn't just a fault of general society or politics or media that they were not listening? Was there maybe also a failure in communicating?
Yes, I think the academic world is also definitely at fault for not being very good at transmitting their messages to the general public. I think we had a huge problem in communicating scientific insights to the general public and get the messages out there to the people. We also had a problem, I think, particularly the social sciences of getting involved in political processes, of getting social science insights into political processes. A lot of these problems were certainly structural, like I don't think there was a lot of funding for communicative work, for scientific research. But I also think we as researchers had a responsibility that we didn't really live up to in taking a stance. It was very late when we started to get involved in movements like Scientists for Future and actually take a stance because of the conviction that science had to be neutral and objective. And I think we as researchers are also at fault for not standing up and taking societal responsibility much sooner.
And how do you think could that communication have worked better? Like, what does the research say? What works the best? Is it good to paint utopian images of the future or dystopian ones? Is it good to use facts and figures? Does storytelling work? What really reaches people and also makes them become active?
Yeah, as I mentioned, I think we underestimated the role of emotions and we paid too much privilege to, let's say, fact-based information, which of course is really important. But I think we underestimated how the way people are emotionally affected by information also affects whether or not they come into action. And so I think we really should have engaged with other formats like the arts and, workshops where people could explore utopian futures and this kind of stuff. I think we should have really engaged more, as I said, embodied and more engaged ways of stimulating this imagination of other futures rather than just repeating the facts over and over again when we started to realize that the facts alone obviously weren't enough to compel people to action.
Mm-hmm. Now, looking at this from another perspective, is it actually worth it? The question is, is it worth it to try and communicate climate change or the gravity of climate change to a big part of the population that hasn't been active yet? Or is it actually better to communicate climate change to decision makers? Do we maybe waste too much, or did we waste too much energy trying to convince people who are also otherwise not politically active?
Oh, well, I don't think there is an exclusive answer here. I think both are really important aspects. Obviously, politics have to provide the framework in which the transformations can take place, but also people are the ones who engage also as decision makers in politics, and also everybody who has a vote has some influence on politics. So I think it really is important to address both. And ultimately, it is people who exert politics and who make decisions. So I don't think it's a lost effort now.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any questions from the audience? If you have one, just go up to the camera person and ask. Okay. Meanwhile, while we're still waiting for questions, I'm going to ask you one other one. So with the communicating, there is one. Okay. There's about to be a question. There's about to be a question. think it's going to be there any minute.
Yeah.
There it is.
Yeah. Okay.
I think it's going to be there any minute.
So, shall I already talk?
Yeah.
Okay, so my question is if you could elaborate more on what embodying this message means, like embodying this hope. You disconnected hope and optimism. You said that embodying could mean to become active politically, and you also talked about feeling the emotions of climate change. And I would be really interested if there is another sphere of embodying this message and becoming active. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the question. I hope I get it right. Yes, I think it kind of relates to the different kinds of communicating we were talking about before. I think what I meant is we need to start reconnecting things that in modern society seem really disconnected, like knowledge and action. So by trying new ways of engaging with, for instance, climate information, for instance, through art, through performances, through activism, I think we can try and start reconnecting these seemingly disparate spheres. What I also mean by decoupling hope from optimism is viewing hope not only as something that always has to be positive, right? So I didn't have the time to get deeper into the emotions part. I would have liked to speak about a few emotions here, but I decided to stick to hope. But what research also shows us is that, for instance, grieving is a very important part of a process of transformation, right? So hope does not necessarily have to mean that we look at the future with an optimistic take, but it can also mean we are actively experiencing a process of grieving for things that we lose in the process, because I think every transformation obviously comes with loss. And I think it would have been an important step to acknowledge that hoping or being hopeful about the future does not always necessarily mean that we have to be positive about it, but also that we actively engage with the things that are changing. We notice the transformations that take place. We actively think about what are the selves we want to be in the future, or we can be in light of the transformation, because transformation is happening whether we want it or not. And if we do so more actively and try to connect more our feelings and the knowledge and what's happening around us, that perhaps we can take this transformation in a more active way and be part of a positive process rather than just waiting for catastrophe to come. I hope this sort of answers the question.
Thank you so much. I think we'll now move to the second presentation, but there will be another opportunity to ask questions at the end of the session. So remember your questions if you had any. Thank you for your presentation and the beautiful ideas you presented. Definitely very thought-provoking. And just a quick announcement, we also today have the privilege of having somebody who's doing a graphic recording of the sessions, Matteo. We'll probably share it on screen at some point, maybe now, maybe later. Yeah, so just all of you know there's another form of documentation that is going on. And now I'm gonna pass the mic on to my co-moderator, Suad Alfa.
May I? Okay. Thank you, and welcome from my side as well. I have the pleasure to announce Geronimo Gussmann now. He's a political economist and a postdoctoral researcher at Global Climate Forum in Berlin. And as we know, due to climate change, the sea level is rising and continues to rise. and it affects especially islands. And we have, sorry, glitch. And Geronimo is going to tell us more about the Maldives and how they adapt to the sea level rise. You may.
Yes, wow. Thank you very much for this unique opportunity to actually go back and revisit some of the coastal adaptation policies in the Maldives and to come back to some research that I did 30 years ago during my PhD studies. And I really want to jump right in and kind of introduce you to this point of departure that really got me started in researching this, the whole small island coastal adaptation nexus, if you like. And for me, the point of departure really was the study by Kurt Stulazzi and colleagues from 2018. And in this study, the authors argue that most atoll islands would be uninhabitable by now, actually, because of sea level rise exacerbating wave-driven flooding. So in essence, what they argued was because of flooding occurring almost annually on these low-lying atolls, there would be a lot of salinization of the groundwater, and in essence, the sweetwater aquifers of these atoll islands would be unable to recover, and the people would simply have no potable water anymore, forcing them off the island. And during this time in 2018, then a little bit later, there was a report by the IPCC who actually confirmed this very dire outlook of these small islands. And what the IPCC, and some of you may remember the IPCC, it was this organization that we should have listened to 30 years ago. And they actually presented something called the amplification factor of extreme sea level events. And what you can see is here on this figure here, that already in 2020 they projected that historically rare extreme events in the Maldives that occurred every 100 years in 2020 would amplify by a factor of 1,000. Meaning that by now, extreme sea level events that were very historically rare are now occurring 10 times per year in the Maldives. And I mean, this really, again, painted a very dire picture of the Maldives and got me really intrigued into studying coastal adaptation there. Because this was something that was really missing in the whole narrative back then. Both Stolazzi and colleagues and also the IPCC did not really consider the potential or the ability of societies to adapt to sea level rise. I simply didn't buy the story that islanders would sit on the island and wait to be submerged. No, these were very resilient people that adapted to sea level rise. And before I go into more detail here, I want to kind of show you what the Maldives looked like in 2021. Now, the Maldives are obviously a small island nation, or were a small island nation in the Indian Ocean, south of Sri Lanka. They had almost 1,200 islands, of which 188 were inhabited, and by then they had a population of about 500,000 people. You never knew how much or how many expat workers were actually on those islands. And the key economic sectors were high-end tourism and fisheries. We will talk about that a little bit later. But the main reason why we were so intrigued or so interested in studying coastal adaptation in the Maldives were the very low average land elevations of only 0.5 to 2.3 meters above mean sea level. And to give you an idea, you can see on the right here some pictures from Pahle, the capital city, a very densely populated island where almost half of the population lived in 2021, so not only on that island but in the greater Pahle area. Now, with these low average land elevations, the Maldivians really faced a tremendous adaptation challenge. However, they already started adapting to it in 2021. And they mostly did this with coastal protection measures. They built many, many seawalls around their islands or on parts of the islands, and you can see a picture of what this looked like back then here on the right-hand side. And between 2013 and 2016, for example, they built almost 6 kilometers of these walls. I'm very sorry for these old numbers. And they also spent almost $53 million on building these walls. So this was really the main kind of measure or strategy that they followed back then. There were other strategies, and what was often accompanied by the protection or the building of protection measures was often accompanied by land reclamations. And land reclamations are kind of what the IPCC calls the advanced strategy. And a very prominent example of land reclamation in the Maldives is the island of Hulhumale. And Hulhumale is a completely artificial island reclaimed from the sea, and you can see kind of the process of this here on the right hand side, where you see kind of the lagoon almost untouched in 2004 to a complete island where 70,000 people were living on in 2019 in these pictures. And actually on the bottom there you see Pahle, the picture that we've seen before, so one of the most densely populated capitals in the world. And actually the idea of Hulhumale was to ease this kind of population pressure with reclaiming more land. Now, the reason why we were so interested in Hulhumale was that actually, while reclaiming that land, they anticipated sea level rise and reclaimed the island at a higher elevation. So Hulhumale was reclaimed at almost 2 meters above mean sea level back at the time. And a good colleague of mine, Sally Brown, actually did a study, and she found that if we would have met the Paris goals, Hulhumale would have been safe from flooding until at least 2070. Now, there are more strategies to adapt to sea level rise, and one strategy that was very on vogue in 2020, and that's actually why we studied this, were relocations, government-led relocations. And we studied this, and we found that actually in the past, 1968 to 2018, the government in the Maldives relocated 29 communities. However, and this was interesting and very surprising for us, we found that actually these relocations were not really adaptation to sea level rise, they were more implemented as means to facilitate economic development. Not all of them, and one kind of exemption of this you can see on the right here. This is the island of Vivarium in 2004, completely untouched natural island. And then after the tsunami, the Indian Ocean tsunami hit in late 2004, the community of Kandu Huludu was relocated to this island, and now it's filled up to the brim, as you can see in the right there, or it was in 2018. What was surprising for us was that the Maldivian government did not really promote relocations in 2020, and this was also becoming a bit of a problem later on. They simply tried to develop all of the 188 inhabited islands. Another mean to kind of adapt to sea level rise is migration, or individual human mobility, and we also studied this, and we found that the migration patterns at that time in 2020 showed a very strong urbanization trend towards the regional atoll centers and the capital in Pahle. You can see these red and yellow dots here on this map on the right hand side. And this was also normal back in 2020. We had urbanization all over the world. People flocked to the cities, and this was also the case in Pahle. Now, interestingly, for us at least at that time, the main drivers of this were better job opportunities, higher education, or better healthcare, but not so much climate change. Yeah? And this is something that Ian Kalman and colleagues found at that time. Another strategy to adapt to sea level rise is accommodation, and this is kind of the last strategy that I want to present here today. Some of you may know this, and we had Saleemul talk to us earlier today from Bangladesh. And there in kind of delta regions, you often see kind of houses built on stilts to account for the increasing frequency and intensity of flood events. And this was actually something that the Maldives have not been doing in 2020. They did not really accommodate, they used protection and the measures that I mentioned before. But they actually started thinking about accommodation in 2020. And you can see an example of this on the left-hand side here. This was a kind of a design of the first floating community, so houses anchored to the bottom of the lagoon, which is generally very shallow, protected by these islands serving as natural breakwaters. And they really started thinking about how they could live like this in the future despite this drastic adaptation challenge that they faced. Additionally, also very interesting, great ideas already in 2020 by Musa and colleagues who designed a floating capital of Pahle, which, at least to me, ironically a little bit reminds of a oil rig, but yeah. Okay, so much for the adaptation that was going on 30 years ago, in the Maldives. And 30 years ago, I was actually pretty optimistic. Maybe I was still a bit naive, but I was optimistic about the future of the Maldives, particularly because I met so many resourceful and also resilient people there who were also very much aware of the adaptation challenge that the Maldivians had to face. However, as we have seen in the last 30 years, many things went wrong. And let's look back a little bit. Now, a key barrier to what could have been successful adaptation to sea level rise were really the ineffective in situ coastal adaptation policies. So this is what I mean with kind of the protection that I showed you earlier. And I mean, it was established knowledge back then, it still is. Effective coastal adaptation policies are crucial for successful adaptation to sea level rise. However, as we have seen, there were many constraints on the effectiveness, particularly in the Maldives. The first and major constraint was that these policies did not consider sea level rise in the policy mechanism at all. So, for example, when the Maldivians built a seawall, they did not account for sea level rise by including a sea level rise in the design or some kind of impact modeling. No, they simply built it as high as possible with the stones that were available. And obviously, this is not as sustainable as it could be against the accelerating rates of sea level rise. Additionally, and this is also a very important point, there was no consideration of nature-based solutions in kind of the array of strategies that the Maldivians were using. And a colleague of mine, Virginie Duval, has made that point in a very compelling way also in 2020. Simply building walls in these fragile atoll environments is not a good idea, because as soon as you put a wall at one end of the island, you create so many problems at the other end of the island, for example, because you impede the sediment flow. Relating to that, there were lock-in effects of these hard measures. So once you started building that and you got these new problems at the other end of the island, you had to kind of build a wall around the whole island, fortifying the island. And in essence, what you built was kind of a bathtub, because as sea levels rose, the groundwater table within the island also rose, and you had to soon start pumping out the water, like the Netherlands were also already doing in 2020, and this just created many, many problems. Very important to me and also to my research was the political influence on the allocation of coastal infrastructures that we found back then. We found clientelistic patterns. A big problem was that instead of allocating coastal protection measures to the islands most at risk, politicians would intervene and allocate coastal protection to islands that were most politically opportune. So those that would say, okay, we will vote for you if you give us these measures here. And obviously these were very ineffective allocation patterns and left many, many communities still at risk. Another barrier was the lack of a comprehensive ex-situ adaptation strategy, and this relates to kind of the relocation and the migration that I've shown you before. And the big question that the Maldivian government was faced with was how many inhabited islands could we sustain against the background of sea level rise? And there were different ideas to this, but some would say, okay, we need to protect all 188 inhabited islands. Others said, okay, no, we need to reduce the number to 50. But in the end, there was no strategic decisions being made. And with the accelerating sea level rise, this really then showed that the cost and effectiveness of protecting all 188 inhabited islands became a big issue, particularly for the sparsely populated islands with only 200 or 300 inhabitants. Again, we've seen that there was a lot of political influence and vested interests going on. We also studied this in a different study back then, where we've seen cases where instead of relocating communities, for example in a post-disaster situation, to a higher elevated and better protected island, politicians would again intervene and relocate communities to lower elevated islands that were less protected but offered more economic potential at the interest of these politicians. Lastly, the government also continued to increase the pull factors in Pahle. People, and especially young people, left kind of the peripheral islands or left the outer atolls and went all to the center, simply for the better job opportunities in Pahle. There was, for example, a large infrastructure, a large bridge being built in 2021 that pulled many people to the center. Now, this last point that I want to make is not directly related to adaptation, but it may be one of those infamous adaptation tipping points. And this really is the economic over-reliance on tourism of the Maldivian economy. And you can see this on the bottom here in this figure. The direct contribution of tourism to GDP is almost 1/4, and the indirect kind of secondary contributions is expected to be at 50 to 60%. So a very high share of the economy consists of tourism, in essence. The problem is that this makes the Maldivian economy very vulnerable to external shocks. So with the amplification of extreme events like flood events, this really reduced the attractiveness of the Maldives as a tourism destination, while simultaneously more floods were hitting those islands, needing more protection. So in the end, basically, the government funds for coastal adaptation were exceeded. It was really a big money problem. And 30 years ago, it was already very difficult for the Maldivians to access international climate finance, and it remained the same. I didn't understand why this was the case back then. Somebody from the GCF may, or from the Green Climate Fund, may explain it to me. I simply never understood it, and I don't understand it now. Okay, what could have been? I mean, let's imagine back a little bit, yeah? If I knew what I know now in 2051, what would I have done in 2021? And I just suggest these 3 following points. Yeah, one very important point that we should have done back then was to address the lack of knowledge about the long-term effectiveness of nature-based solutions. I touched upon this a little bit. The Maldivians were very not afraid, but reluctant to use nature-based solutions because there was very little knowledge about, can this actually protect our islands in the long run? Yeah, but we should have probably done some experimenting with planting mangrove forests to keep sediment in place, but this didn't really happen. Relating to this, there was still a lot of policy imitation from industrial countries going on, and these kind of policies were very unfit for atoll environments. One great example is one relict actually from colonial times when the British were in the Maldives, is the land use plan, kind of a British policy that was still being used in the Maldives in 2020, which kind of requires a setback zone around the whole island, which simply makes no sense. And we should have kind of thought of better policies here as well. And then, a very big point also, but I like to make it, strengthening the democratic institutions to alleviate this political influence, this clientelism, would have been very important also. Back in 2020, colleagues and myself, we had this working hypothesis that the more participatory, the more democratic the adaptation process would be, the better the outcomes. Yeah? And therefore, I think that especially this last point is something that should have been addressed a lot back then. Okay, I want to stop here and thank you all very much. Yes, long live the Maldives. This should have been actually in the font of this conference here today. Was kind of a hidden message, but I also like it like this. Follow me on Twitter if you want to learn more about the Maldives or also now actually the Baltic Sea. And this is some literature for you if you are interested. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot for your presentation. First of all, what I was wondering is, you said that in the IPCC, was it correct? IPCC, okay, report in 2018, they painted a very dark future for islands. So how or why have you chosen the Maldives? Because there are a lot of other islands who are exactly conflicted with that problem.
Yes, I mean, there are two answers to this. There's one kind of the ideology or the realistic answer, and then kind of the ideological answer. I mean, the ideological answer is it's one of the most low-lying countries in the world. There are, of course, many other atoll islands, but the Maldives are on average only 1 meter above mean sea level and are therefore one of the most one of the coastal adaptation hotspots, or were one of the most affected by sea level rise. The true answer, but is, however, we had money to do it there.
Sorry, I forgot to ask if there were questions from the people who are watching, and apparently there are 2 questions. I'm not quite sure. Are these audio questions or... Okay, then shoot. Sorry, I forgot to ask if there were questions from
the true answer, but is, however, we had money to do it there.
I'm not quite sure. Sorry, I forgot to ask if there were questions from the people who are watching, and apparently there are 2 questions. I'm not quite sure. Are they audio questions or... Okay, then shoot. Oh, okay, so I will just continue. Okay. What I was wondering as well is, you said that many people migrated to Pahle, the capital of the Maldives, but isn't that, how do I form that question? Firstly, is there enough space? And I know that a lot of people outside the Maldives migrate to Pahle as well for work. And now I was wondering, was it better for the people to move to Pahle, or would it have been better to, I don't know, move even further or away from the Maldives?
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, Pahle is, as I mentioned, one of the most densely populated capitals in the world, and there is no space. And therefore they reclaimed Hulu Pahle and built large apartment complexes to kind of alleviate that pressure. But if when I talked to kind of my Maldivian friends, they said it was very difficult also to live in Pahle, particularly because there are just so many people. But yes, people still did it. I mean, it's kind of the same as in Munich. There's just simply no space, and rents are high, and it's difficult. In what you say to kind of the people that came in, the expat workers, these usually resided on the tourist resorts. So in the Maldives, there's kind of 2 categories of islands. One are kind of inhabited with Maldivian people, and then there's tourist resorts that are really off the charts. They do their own thing, and this is also where these people that migrated to the Maldives for work lived, and hence it's not a big problem in terms of space, or wasn't.
you named a few options how the sea level rise could have been tackled by the Maldives or in general by islands, and you mentioned land reclamation. And I was wondering when you told us about it, if it's not just pushing the unavoidable for a short time or, I don't know, a matter of time just forward, because I don't know if the Maldives is like 2 meters above the sea and we will add like 1 meter, what will help? So what, for how long will it be helpful?
I mean, this really depends on the extent of sea level rise that we will get. I mean, I've showed you kind of these projections that we had in 2020. And as you've seen, I mean, the sea level rise did not, despite of the kind of scenarios that we were on, did not really change much until now. So, I mean, we probably have 35 centimeters by now. Now is kind of the question, where does it go until the end of the century? And there is potential, if we reduce emissions, that the Maldives can sustain kind of to live in those islands, particularly if they are higher elevated, like Hulumale, for example. I mean, if we would have just met the Paris goals, they would have probably been fine for a long time. And so, is it I mean, can you avoid that they will lose kind of a lot of their cultural heritage and the way how they used to live? Probably not. Can you allow them to live on those islands a bit longer? Probably, yes. It will, I mean, we simply don't know really.
Okay, another form you mentioned was like building higher houses, like having racks and then here the house. Yeah. Why did the Maldives didn't use that much?
Yeah, because in 2020 it was still the goal to keep water off the island. So they did not allow for waves overtopping. Instead, they would build a wall, and if you don't have the overtopping of the island, you don't need the stilts. I mean, this is the easy answer. It would have been interesting to know what happened now.
I see. Okay. The Maldives were doing for a long time very great because there were like a lot of tourism and people coming and bringing money. And why didn't the government use that time where they were flourishing to prepare for the time where it got worse? Because we knew it was going to get worse.
Yes, that's something that I also always wondered. And it's a difficult question. I mean, one thing that I touched upon is there was not really a comprehensive strategy. Yeah. So the adaptation policies were kind of in this silo, then kind of the regional development was in this silo, and in between was kind of, we need to kind of develop our tourism. But they didn't really interact, and there was not a big grand strategy to do this. Mm-hmm. Instead, they built harbors and many harbors and infrastructure all over the place instead of preparing a couple of islands well. And the reason, at least from my perspective, really was then also, again, the vested interest. People just had a lot of benefits, and with people, I mean, influential business people and politicians who just had vested interest in having their small kind of islands being developed and not thinking in the bigger picture. And so this was definitely something that should have been done in 2020, or should have been tackled. But for this you need, and I mentioned this, a strong democracy and strong participation, involvement of civil society. And I mean, they are doing well, there's a lot of stuff going on, but there needs to be accelerated, like sea level rise.
Apparently we have a question now from the audience. You can shoot.
Accelerated, like sea level rise.
Apparently we have a question now from the audience. You can shoot.
Hi, can you hear me? Yes? Okay. Well, you suggested one solution that you brought in 2021 to stabilize or increase democracy and democratic institutions. So, like, we look back now, what did you suggest? What did you do? That's A of my question. B of my question is, as we see now, it didn't really work out. And how did you cope with the emotions over 30 years, seeing it all go wrong? As we see now, it didn't really work out.
Yes, thank you for the question. Yeah, what should we have done? I mean, building democracy is very difficult and cannot be built. It needs to be bottom up, it needs to be kind of grassroots movements, and there's a lot of that stuff going on in the Maldives also. I mean, it's simply, I'm not in the position to kind of say, I mean, here a Maldivian person should speak a bit better, should speak. Yeah, I don't want to make any statements here, but in terms of B, how did I cope with seeing this failure over the last 30 years? Cynicism.
Okay, hopefully your question was answered now. Shall we go over to the general discussion?
Sounds good. Yeah, so all of you still have the opportunity to ask questions, but now both of our presenters will answer. So Lena Schlegel is also back in the picture, and I mean, also the two of you, if you have questions to each other about the presentations you just gave, comments that you want to make, and otherwise the two of us have more questions as well, but maybe I'll leave the floor to you for now.
Yes, actually, I noted a couple of questions. Thanks for your really interesting presentation. I just had a couple of thoughts that how we could put it into conversation. And the first one would be, you said that one of the problems was the over-reliance on tourism. And I was wondering if we take sort of my presumptions that I mentioned earlier, that now in 2050 we don't have this kind of globalized economy anymore, and everything has to be a bit more local and so on. Where does that leave the Maldives today? What are other sources of income for small island states like the Maldives? How did they cope with the loss of that tourism industry, or how could a more sustainable tourism look like today?
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking about that question 30 years ago a lot, actually. And the problem is that the large economic sector of the Maldivian economy is fisheries. And obviously overcatch and kind of climate change, the increasing ocean temperatures are also a huge problem. Tuna population is decreasing a lot. So yeah, what else can they do? I mean, there were efforts already starting in 2020 to kind of become a financial hub, you know, in the Singaporean style. But also, and this was something that they were hoping for, if the trade relations between China and Africa would have actually increased, the trade route would go exactly between, like through the Maldives, and maybe some money could have been made there. So those are those things. In terms of making tourism a bit more sustainable, I mean, this would have been something. Maybe you could take a nice trip with a boat from Sri Lanka down to the Maldives and have some high-end tourism. But I think the numbers in terms that we see today, almost 1.3 million visitors per year, those will not be accomplished anymore soon. Yeah.
Just to interrupt quickly, there's a question from the hub.
Yes.
And we'll get back to you.
Have some high-end tourism, but I think the numbers in terms that we see today of almost 1.3 million visitors per year, those will not be accomplished.
I had a question for Herr Gussmann. You said no nature-based options were discussed, and so I wondered what nature-based solutions that you thought would be most viable, and why do you think they're not being considered?
Well, one of the very prominent nature-based solutions in the atoll environments are mangrove forests. So the benefits of mangrove forests are that they have very deep roots and they keep the sediment in place. And so erosion is not a big problem anymore. And simultaneously, they also reduce the wave energy that hits the beaches. Yeah? So this is kind of the go-to nature-based solution for the atoll environment. But there are many, many more. And the reason why they didn't really engage in doing that is, one reason I already mentioned, is they didn't really know, or actually also the literature didn't really know about the long-term effectiveness of these nature-based solutions. Do they provide the same level of protection like a hard seawall does? Probably not, but can we find kind of hybrid measures maybe? There was simply no knowledge on that. And then there was also kind of this perception of island leaders oftentimes that having a sea wall was something tangible that also kind of was often perceived as economic development. And I mean, something that was often overlooked is that the Maldives only graduated from being a least developed country, or from the status of being a least developed country. They only graduated from this in 2010. So economic development was very high up on the agenda and was very important, particularly for the political leaders.
All right, then back to you, Lena.
Yes, if I may. I would have another, perhaps a bit more provocative question. I was very intrigued with the idea of like floating cities and stuff, and I was wondering, would you say that would have been one of those perhaps transformative imaginaries, or is it more like a techno fix that comes with other unintended consequences?
Good question. I mean, it's definitely one of those imaginary futures. And I've also met people, when I interviewed people in 2020, they told me, hey, maybe we will go back to this. I mean, they called it being seafarers or something like this. And this is how Maldivian life also was before kind of modern statehood, if you want. Yeah, they moved from one island to the other and didn't really settle down on one island like they do now. So this would have been definitely something transformative in that sense. However, the design that you've seen as of now was again, this was mostly for tourism purposes again. So you kind of have, again, these clientelistic patterns, and only a few would have benefited from this, And it's not really a technocratic or techno fix in this sense, but also not the best solution overall. Yes. But I also have a provocative question for you, if I may. Sure. May I? I really liked your presentation. I think it's very important to make this point that we need more social science in climate studies. I think that's clear. However, I'm always not sure about who we are actually addressing. We always say a lot of, we need to do this, we need to do that, and I'm never really clear about what this means, because I think the people maybe listening now and the people in this room, we are all on the same page. But who is we when we think about imagining new futures? Is it the people, or is it maybe multinational corporations? Is it who is we in your narrative?
Yes, thank you very much. That's a very important question, both in terms of, I think, decision making and also in terms of responsibility, right? So there are certainly states that have more responsibility for causing the troubles that we're in than others, and also there are people who have more power in decision making processes than others. So of course, it's a collective we as societies, but of course also we as individuals. But I do want to make a point of shifting away a little the discourse from individual behavioral changes more to the collective level. And I think where we really need to see more social science influence, or where we should have seen it in the 2020s, for instance, is also in the programmatic documents and in global deliberations. For instance, when I think back to the federal elections in Germany in 2021, which would have been really groundbreaking, right? Because that was sort of the last period where we could have brought fundamental changes on the way. when I think back of the party programs, none of those programs included any significant social science research. Of course, some of them referred more or less to scientific insights like the Paris Agreement, etc. But all of them were speaking of innovation. If you were looking for these party programs, you could read the word innovation so much, and you wouldn't read about epistemic violence or indigenous epistemologies or about human-nature relations. So I think all of these kind of programmatic works, all of these decision-making forums, they should have carried much more of a social science writing as well. Thank you.
Okay, just got a question. I'm trying to read it correctly. What is your favorite, or what are your favorite examples? Oh, for you, Lena. Sorry, I just started. What is your favorite examples of sociological imagination for the transition? Yeah, okay. I'm not sure if I get the question right. I can read what's standing here, but it's also what her favorite examples of sociological imagination for the transition are.
Okay.
Sorry.
I'm not entirely sure, but in general, I would say I really think we need more imaginations of other kinds of how humans relate to nature. And I think there are a lot of examples already out there. I already mentioned indigenous epistemologies, but also people who live in self-sustainable communities, activists, all of these kinds of other ways of relating to nature than following the assumption that nature is there for humans to exploit. I think these are the kinds of ways of individuals relating to broader societal structures, or in this case, nature-society relations, that are the kinds of sociological imaginaries that we need right now. Thank you.
I also got a question that kind of puts your work in dialogue with each other. What I was wondering is, because now we were talking about the Maldives and adaptation problems, you were, I think, mostly referring, I think, to Germany or maybe to the societies of the global north and communication. But can we divide it in this way, or is communication maybe even a problem in societies where the effects of climate change are already visible? Maybe there are also people who are profiting from the status quo and are actually not very interested in changing. So is this also something that you look at in your work, how climate change is communicated and discussed, what the discourses are in society?
Not particularly, to be honest. I'm not. I'm more on the kind of realist paradigm of social science and not so much on constructivist questions. However, I mean, I can just report on some Maldivian discourses, and what was striking to me when I went to the Maldives was that everybody would kind of tell you, yes, climate change is very important, but nobody really acted upon it, yeah? And so there was definitely some disconnect between kind of the discourse and the actual actions, yeah? And Lena also just mentioned this. There is not only in Germany a lack of kind of mainstreaming social science, but also kind of, I mean, climate change considerations into policy. You know, this I was baffled when I got to know this about the Maldives. There was simply no consideration of sea level rise, despite them being in this very bad position, and facing this tremendous adaptation challenge. So this is definitely something that we should have addressed also back in 2021.
Would you maybe comment on that too? Like, how does it inform your work that even being yourself affected by it, there's still, we as human beings still manage to change these two areas of our lives?
Yes, I think once again this is in part a question of vested interests and of who actually gets to speak in global discourses. Obviously, societies of the global north have a much louder voice in international negotiations. Powerful corporations by and large define, I think, these discourses and processes. So maybe one of the problems is that communities that were affected really early on didn't really get a voice that was as audible in the international agenda. And also, I think the kind of research that I hinted on in my presentation, like Harry Norgaard's, that tells us how people actually manage to separate their everyday lives from the broader. This is what I mean by sociological imagination, right? That we need to get to the bottom of how we link our individual concerns to the broader societal structures that we are embedded in. And I think this still really hasn't broken through in the mainstream discourse. So,
yeah, sure. I mean, relating to that a bit is also in terms of kind of the global narratives, and I also hinted at this a little bit. I didn't understand in 2020 why it was so difficult for small island nations and those that are most affected by climate change to access international climate finance. I mean, if you all remember, we have large amounts dedicated to helping those most affected, but it's so difficult to access this finance. And it stayed that way over the last 30 years, and I simply don't understand why that is the case. And I think there needs to be a lot of change there. This stuff needs to be made much easier so that people can actually take the money and use it to adapt. If we have the money, then we can figure out how to use it best. But this is definitely something that is very important.
Yeah, please go for it.
Maybe a follow-up question on this, because you're more an expert in these policy processes. Because one of the problems with these funds was also that states of the global north didn't deliver on their promises, right? And why do you think that is? How did they get along with that? Why didn't they be held accountable for those promises?
Yeah, I mean, I think we are both. I mean, it's international politics, no? I mean, it's anarchy out there, and the only mechanism that international organizations like the UNFCCC has is blaming and naming and shaming, basically. Yeah, blaming those that do not follow up on their promises. But then also, I mean, you know, it's legislative turnover. The one government promises, the next one doesn't follow up on it, and thus you end up with a large deficit in what was promised. Yeah. I mean, I don't want to go into the whole loss and damage discussion, but this is also something that in the last 30 years was most definitely very prominent on the agenda, and rightfully so. But I think there is money, and there was already a lot of money in 2020, but it was so difficult to access it. You had to show kind of how much risk from climate change do you reduce with these particular measures, and attribution is just very difficult, particularly if you are a small island state where only 500,000 people live. There's a handful of experts in the world, and writing these kind of GCF proposals is very difficult. Yeah.
Thanks a lot. There's actually another question from the hub.
I had a question about Lena's discussion. You said there was a danger of over-optimism. So I wondered, in a time of a global mental health crisis, how do you balance that over-optimism and thinking that everything will be okay, and a defeatist, pessimistic point that asks, why bother?
Right. Thank you. I think I want to clarify that I'm not saying we should be all pessimistic, right? I think, in fact, we should take much more serious the fact that information about climate change and about global catastrophe is very disturbing. And we should take things like eco-anxiety and mental health distress due to these facts much more seriously. And then open up a possibility to also make room for the processes that are necessary to deal with this kind of feelings, right? So to open up the possibility for processes of grieving, perhaps of public grieving, for sharing these feelings, And that's what I meant by differing between a sort of over-optimistic paradigm and what I would also call a hopeful way of dealing with the future, but by also acknowledging those very disturbing and very severe feelings and these fears, etc. I hope that answers the question.
Thank you very much. Feel free to ask another questions. We still have a little bit of time. Before that, Suad or any of you?
I mean, I was, in the meantime, maybe until the next person walks up, I was wondering, I mean, I completely agree with what you say, because I think this doom and gloom narratives don't really bring us anywhere, yeah? And this is also kind of the idea of this whole adaptation community, to kind of provide the solutions on what we can do to attack or to tackle this crisis. And this oftentimes also gets lost. So I'd like to make that point, because sometimes people think, okay, adaptation, well, you know, if you just say, it's not so bad, we can just adapt to everything. I mean, this is really not the point. Of course, we need to mitigate, and we need to reduce emissions. I mean, this is clear. And then, however, we can adapt to it. It's not the end of the world. We can adapt, but it will be difficult, you know. And so to kind of balance these narratives is very difficult. I mean, it's simply a hard thing to do, and I think it's great that you work on that, and hopefully you can provide some more strategies on how to communicate that effectively.
I hope so.
All right, if there are no more questions from the audience and from you, then I would say thank you very much. I feel we're all much better informed now, because we know a lot more about the challenges of adaptation and a lot more about the challenges of communication. And maybe it would also be a first step to... there's one more question. So I'll stop my monologue. Please go ahead. First step to... There's one more question. So I'll stop my monologue.
I have a thought experiment question to the two of you. I wondered if you could think of yourselves back in 2021, now from the perspective from 2051. If you were back in 2021, would you like to look into the future? If you would have had the choice back then, would you have liked to look into now, into 2051, like knowing what is happening, knowing what is going on? Or would you have decided, no, I don't want to? Thank you.
Well, that's a very interesting thought experiment. I think from what I did know was, for me, was enough of a glimpse, not wanting to know more. And from the kind of research that I've been doing then, I would have probably wanted to strive more for these, trying to ground myself in the present and trying to start those transformations in the present rather than looking in the future and being deflected from my moral presence in the here and now. Because I think that's also one of the problems that, I mean, we've had these outlooks, as I said, since the Club of Rome predicted it in the 1970s, right? We could have known, and we did know what the future would look like. But somehow we got all caught up in these scenarios and we didn't get the changes in the way in the present. So I probably would try to stay more grounded in the present.
A bit indecisive, to be honest. On the one hand, I would really like to be able to look into the future, simply to know which cryptocurrency I should buy. But on the other hand, I also don't really need to look into the future, because particularly for the Maldives, as I've showed you, the future looks very dire, regardless of the climate change scenarios or which kind of trajectory we will be on, you know. And so, it's already difficult to kind of cope with this very drastic outlook. And so, I'd rather not know, or actually, I'd rather ignore that future. Because, I mean, as a single person, you're also, I mean, often just helpless. You do your best, you put out the research and the knowledge, but it's simply the bigger processes at place, and ignoring them. I mean, I'm also from northern Germany. This is kind of our coping mechanism. So maybe that's my answer.
All right, thank you guys very, very much for a very insightful presentation and discussion. And stay tuned for more interesting sessions. We'll talk about everything from black swans to emission trading to a museum of carbon ruins. And the last program point will be at 7:30, the closing session, and then of course we have tomorrow. So thank you very much, both of you. Follow them on Twitter, social media if you're there, and see you in a little bit.
Welcome to 51-1D, this panel in the Munich 2051 Munich Climate Conference. As you all know, this is the year 2051, and we discuss today about the world 30 years ago in the 2020s. 2021, a crucial moment in confronting the challenge of human-made climate change. We live today in 2051 in a world where global warming has surpassed 2 degrees Celsius, and we have the possibility to listen to 2 researchers presenting their work on the 2020s. And the first one is Markus Kink. Markus Kink studied political science, sociology and media law at the University of Munich. He earned his doctorate with a thesis on the language of war. And he's not only a political scientist, but also a trained TV journalist and filmmaker. He works as a freelance author, an artist, as well as a managing and creative director of a TV, film and video production company in Munich, the Media Box, where he's responsible for the conception and creative realization of film and video projects, including this one, in which you participate today. And without further ado, I will now give the floor to Markus, and we see his presentation on failing images, how the visual discourse on climate change changed nothing in the age of visual communication.
We almost had it. The image that could have massively supported a global policy change in a time when humanity still would have had time to act. The image that made all the difference, or rather that could have made all the difference, standing out among the rather generic visual representations of polar bears on drifting ice floes, industrial smokestacks, and melting Arctic glaciers. It is the image that could have defined our collective memory in Susan Sontag's sense, that it defined our understanding of what was important at this moment in time, and that helped to, I quote, lock the story in our minds. The story that we had to collectively act now before it's too late. I'm going to show this image at the end of my presentation. Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak at the 2051 Munich Climate Conference. My name is Markus Kink. I am an independent researcher and political scientist, journalist and filmmaker, and one of the managing directors of the video production company Media Box TV, which, by the way, is responsible for live streaming this whole conference. When I was still at university, until a few years ago, I was focusing on visual politics, especially the question how images structure political discourse and how they help construct the notion of the world that we live in. The title of my presentation is Failing Images, how the visual discourse on climate change changed nothing in the age of visual communication. 30 years ago in the 2010s and 2020s, especially in the 2020s, humankind was observing a couple of decisive events. These events took place on different levels of politics and different levels of society and science. On the one hand, at the beginning of the 2020s, mankind observed or experienced that several of the tipping points for climate change had been reached earlier than even progressive scientists had expected. So that's the one thing. The other thing is that the IPCC, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change had issued its 6th report on the state of climate change, a report with over 3,000 pages summing up the basically everything we as humanity knew at that point in time about climate change. And it was not only a scientific report or overview about the studies that existed, it was also a political document, because all the nations, all the UN members had to sign, had to approve every line of it. So there was no denial within the report that mankind was on the brink of catastrophe. The report used direct language. I quote, "It is unequivocal that human influence has warmed the atmosphere, ocean and land. Widespread and rapid changes in the atmosphere, ocean, cryosphere and biosphere have occurred." Especially in the beginning of the 2020s, we saw extreme wildfires, floods, all around the globe and in countries that usually didn't have to make such experiences before. And this could have been a turning point. I mean, we had the science. Back then, we knew what was going to happen. We had polls that showed us, global polls, that showed us that 2/3 of the world's population wanted to change the political focus from the economy to governing the climate catastrophe. And we had images that could have been the defining images to lock this story in our mind. However, nothing happened. So, for one moment, take a second and think about all the images that come to your mind other than polar bears, Arctic glaciers, smokestacks, and severely harmed people from developing countries when it comes to climate change. What are the images that you think of? So now the main argument in this presentation is that there are significant parallels between the visualization of climate change in the 2010s and 2020s and the depiction of the horrors of war in the early days of photography in the early 20th century. In both instances, activists, intellectuals, and political actors believed that if you only showed the horrific consequences, people would strongly be opposed to continue the respective path of action, thus forcing the political decision makers to stop them. In the end, and again arguing with Susan Sontag, the climate catastrophe, its agony and its ruin became, I quote, ultra-familiar, ultra-celebrated images, unavoidable features of our camera-mediated knowledge, end quote. And just like war, neither war nor the climate catastrophe, the climate change politics ended or changed, and both killed. So before we go into the visual discourse of climate change in the 2010s and especially the 2020s, let me give you a brief overview on why it is important to look at images and to look at how images structure how we perceive the world and how we think about the world, what image we have in our minds when it comes to certain politics and certain topics. Images are one of the defining means of communication in our culture, and you could argue that the daily stream of journalistic photographs creates a so-called common spectatorship that defines the public. In a culture dominated by images, the public would not be a public, and the individual, being powerful only with a framework and as a part of collective, discursive collective action, could not exert much political influence without viewing images. So without the appropriate cultural knowledge of iconic images, one cannot take part in meaningful political action. For the climate crisis, that means that knowing the visual discourse would be elemental to publicly engage in a meaningful manner. However, it is the images themselves that help drawing recipients' attention and engagement in the first place and shape the possibilities for engagement, as Saffron O'Neill puts it. In addition, photography can be seen as having globalized our conscience to a point where the claim of not having known has become impossible. I quote Susie Linfield, "Photographs have robbed us of the alibi of ignorance." With regard to political violence, Linfield points out that the camera is the key tool to trigger empathy on a global scale and foster the idea that, I quote, "barbarous assaults are no longer the private property of the states that commit them." The same is true for visual representations of climate change. The imagery showing how climate change looks like in its causes and effects, from smokestacks to polar bears, from floods and heat waves to intensive livestock farming and burning fossil fuels for individual mobility, is widespread. Neither on a personal nor a political level can anyone claim that we hadn't known. By the same token, can states, communities and even individuals no longer claim that their climate hostile acts are matters of national interest, internal affairs, or private action. The key problem with the visual discourse on communicating such topoi as war and climate change is that the causes of war, like the causes of climate change, are multifold and abstract, thus making it impossible to visualize them straight away. As the international news publication The Guardian has put it with regard on climate change and the climate crisis, I quote, "It can also be difficult for photographers to capture images that reflect global heating, weather patterns and wildlife extinction, especially when trying to depict what cannot always be seen." This becomes pretty clear when I put the photograph of pigs confined in an intensive system in the Midwestern United States against the burning of the rainforest in the Amazonas region. Their relationship is distant and complex. For example, there is no visual connection between the images. The recipients, the viewers, will not make a meaningful connection between these two images unless caption or text provides for the context to show the inherent relationship between them. Referring to the climate crisis, the Climate Consulting Agency and NGO Climate Outreach / Climate Visuals has effectively summed up the dilemma that is inherent in the visual discourse of any crisis. I quote, "Humans are visual animals. Our understanding of the world is dominated by what we see and how this makes us feel. But despite decades of public engagement and the proliferation of research on the verbal and written communication of climate change, there is sparse evidence on which to base a choice that thousands of journalists, activists, bloggers, and educators face on a daily basis: how to communicate climate change effectively using the visual medium." In general, visual representations are a central means of the political communication of crisis. At least since the First World War, 1914-18, and the Spanish Civil War in the 1930s, images have evolved from being merely a decorative accessory for written text to being an independent element in the construction of reality. The image production has since increased dramatically to a point where they became not only part of the above-mentioned global conscience, but also central to our collective memory, or rather collective instruction, as Susan Sontag notes, because our memories of distant political events are, for the most part, not our own memories. They are artifacts of produced images. Photographs that everyone recognizes are now a constituent part of what society chooses to think about or declares that it has chosen to think about. However, as much as news photographers might stress the documentary nature of their images, every photograph exists within an ontological paradox, as German political scientist Wilhelm Hofmann has pointed out. On the one hand, they are technically produced depictions of reality. On the other hand, they are framed or even staged, and thus offer only one perspective and necessarily exclude every other possible view of a given situation, making them subjective within objectivity. If images play a central role in the construction of reality and shaping our collective memory, then this subjectivity plays an important role. It not only defines how we remember, in Susan Sontag's sense, how we remember political events, it also obscures the fact that there could have been countless alternative perspectives. Through their claim to be objective depictions of reality, the subjective dimensions of creation, statement, and representation recede into the background. Images speak to us. But what they say and what political meaning they have is not inherent in the image itself, be it a photograph or moving images. The photographic or video-based documentation of war crimes, for example, is not a plea for an end to hostilities. Images are screens and catalysts for existing worldviews, political positions, and ideologies. By the same token, the mere illustration of the consequences of climate change does not automatically demand for consequential action and public engagement. Imagery does not only impact how people engage with the media, the availability of compelling imagery also shapes the types of media narratives that are offered in the first place, says Saffron O'Neill. Thus, creating icons that are endlessly cited and repeated, narrowing the seeable and therefore thinkable to but a few options and perspectives. And this is exactly what happened with the visual discourse on climate change. Now, let me come to the empirical part of my presentation, which is, on the one hand, the visual discourse on climate change and the catastrophic weather events that occurred in the beginning of the 2020s. And on the other hand, the visual discourse that emerged from World War I by the pacifist movement. Both movements, the climate activist movement and the pacifist movement, had a goal to end the catastrophic action that caused, either climate change or war. So let me start with the visual discourse on climate change and the catastrophic weather events that occurred especially at the beginning of the 2020s. A longitudinal study that analyzed over 1,000 photographs from US and UK newspaper outlets showed a tendency to represent climate change from a distanced frame. A distant frame because the motifs were distant, spatially distant from the viewers, and a distancing frame because the looming catastrophe was, in the captions and the surrounding text, depicted as, being a future threat to humanity. Also, there's a widespread use of iconic images, like the ones that we talked about before, Arctic glaciers, polar bears, and so on. On the other hand, when it came to the concrete depicting of a catastrophe that had occurred, just like the floodings in Germany in the summer of 2021, or the wildfires in Turkey and Greece, or the wildfires in the US, or the floodings in China. Many of the photographs' framings resemble the aesthetic style and framing that is used in doomsday movies, alongside with a dramatic, often apocalyptic language like "Scientists warn time of reckoning has come for the planet." This one's from The Guardian, and I guess you have to, read it out like this, in this bold, dramatic movie-style manner. Many reports started to evoke a feeling of drama and draw on well-established pop cultural themes. There is a tweet from user El Hotzo from August 21 saying, 2012, extreme movie. Now, 2012 is an end time movie from Roland Emmerich, director Roland Emmerich, and the Twitter user had put together, a scene from the Roland Emmerich movie, together with, scenes from climate catastrophe events from 2021. The idea, of course, is that the real images hardly differ in content and style from the blockbuster's imaginative end-of-the-world story. This finding is consistent with a study by Saffron O'Neill et al. The majority of outlooks on future climate change were negative, with many reflecting a degree of uncertainty as to what climate change might mean for, Western societies. Plus, the study also found that fear-inducing representations provoke unintended reactions. On the one hand, images that provoke fear can successfully capture people's attention on the issue of climate change and drive a general sense of the importance of the issue. However, they are, and that's what this study shows, they are also likely to distance or disengage individuals from climate change, tending to render them feeling helpless and overwhelmed when they try to comprehend their own relationship with the issue. That is a real problem, because most of the images on climate change are either very distant or they are very shocking and fearful, and as well as the accompanying language, like the time of reckoning. And when it comes to ask why there is this non-action paradox that I have described at the beginning of this presentation, the paradox that we knew what was going to happen to us, and we had the images that started to show what was happening to us. The unintended effects of making people fear is one part of the explanation. Another part of the explanation could be that climate change, as the defining catastrophe of the Anthropocene, is in and of itself a genuine abstract process of events hardly tangible by individual human experience. Surely extreme weather events are felt by whole populations or large parts of communities. But the unambiguous connection of a single event to climate change is hard to be established, as any extreme weather event could be just a deviation from the norm, just as in common sense and knowledge it has always been before. It's only by means of statistics, long-term observation data, and computer-based projection models that accumulations of these events and the underlying causes can be attributed to human-induced climate change. Its abstract nature renders climate change a communication problem rather than a problem arising from lack of wide public knowledge. First of all, it requires expertise and understanding that cuts across disciplines, sectors, and cultures, as it is not a single issue or even a related set of related issues. Second, the problem with climate change and its consequences is linked to exponential growth of both the rate at which human industrial activity contributes to climate change and the problem of tipping points to the climate as well. For a long time, the growth looks insignificant. Still, that exponential growth accumulates suddenly to produce a problem that is unmanageable. It is obvious that communicating a multifaceted, multi-level, multi-sector crisis that relates to almost everything humans do on a daily basis is problematic. Add this to the mathematical factor of exponential growth that is often poorly understood publicly, and you have a serious problem reaching people. To sustainably changing their behavior in a meaningful way at a time when the crisis is hardly seen or felt by most of the people. And then we're back at the beginning, that it's even harder to try to depict what climate change is all about, what it looks like, how the different puzzle pieces connect. O'Neill's and Nicholson-Cole's study backs this assumption. The issues of climate change and the looming climate catastrophe did not suffer from a lack of awareness by a wider public. As the authors note, climate change and its consequences were often framed in terms of fear and catastrophe, which mostly led to one of two psychological functions: control the external danger or control the external fear. Especially these internal fear controls, such as issue denial and apathy, can represent barriers to meaningful engagement. The problem with images that by their very nature cannot depict the complex connections of the pieces of the puzzle is that they do not construct a coherent visual narrative. Instead of forming a visual body of work that locks the story into our minds, there is a confusing patchwork consisting of icons, depictions of single causes without being able to show relations and interconnections, concrete catastrophes, and distant sufferings. There are images that can trigger existential fear by resembling, for example, end of the world movies, and clean and technological images that evoke no emotions at all. So this is my approach to explain what I've called the non-action paradox. I think the problem is that activists, institutions, and so on rely too much or stress too much the importance of images and photographs to convey their message, to trigger behavioral change in people, and to trigger political change with decision makers. There is this idea that photography has a voice on its own, and I have showed that this is not the case. The thing is, photographers, especially when working in news or documentary photography, often hold a self-view of witness bearers of the world's atrocities, violence, suffering, and catastrophes, making sure that evidence that events happened in a certain way and not another are not lost. This is a narrative upon which not only photographers and news outlets rely, but also human rights campaigns from the earliest days of photography. For example, the distribution of photographs of mutilations and other atrocities in Congo from around 1903 can be seen as a significant factor for the success of the humanitarian campaign. Mark Twain, who was among other prominent writers, supported the campaign and coined the phrase of the incorruptible Kodak as the only witness that cannot be bribed. And indeed, the truth of the claim that atrocities, and by this token any other form of violence or catastrophe, have really happened or are real is inseparably linked to pictorial evidence. Just as Judith Butler notes, this means that photography, I quote, is built into the case made for truth, or that there can be no truth without photography, end quote. The idea behind Twain's statement, however, goes beyond. It is not only the truth in the sense of an objective reality that is depicted, there is a moral obligation for the viewer to act or at least support the objective of the campaign or group by simply looking at and recognizing the respective photographies. Now the thing is, you have this huge moral imperative and these expectations, what you want from an image, what you want a photograph to do, to convey, and this is not only true for, the visual discourse on climate change, climate catastrophe, and extreme weather events that come with it. It was there from the beginning of photography, when the pacifist movement in the 1920s with Ernst Friedrich put out the work War on War, which was a comprehensive book with pictures depicting the horrors of World War One, really nothing changed. And these are the most horrible pictures of war that you can think of. The ethical dimension of depicting victims in photographs had yet to be developed. So Ernst Friedrich was not constrained by ethical considerations to publish these images. His narrative often evolves around juxtapositions. Sometimes he would contrast photographs of before versus after situations, like Papa as a hero in the enemy's country versus how Papa was found 2 days later. It's unclear, though, if the two men are the same person. The narrative, however, drives home his argument that the latter image shows the reality behind the glorious language of heroes, fatherland, blood, honor, and this is a genuine part of the rhetoric of war and is depicted through the former image. Friedrich's juxtapositions are captioned with stark sarcasm and cynicism in order to strengthen his point in showing all the people in the world that, quote, war is the plague, its germs are the soldiers. The point that I wanted to make in showing these photographs is that even with showing those horrific images, Friedrich and the pacifist movement were not able to really give momentum to their purpose. And their purpose, of course, was getting rid of war itself by showing people what war really looked like. As with climate change, war is an extremely complex phenomenon. War is dependent on so many political, social, and cultural factors. Even as Ernst Friedrich with his seminal volume War Against War, and all those photographers and photojournalists following this tradition can show what consequences war has on the ordinary people, what war really looks like, what political violence looks like. They are just conveying a patchwork without being able to show the interconnectedness of social, political, and cultural factors that lead to war, just as I have shown is the case with climate change. So, putting this much emphasis on the visual discourse seems a futile endeavor. However, there is this one image that could have changed the course of events and really had the potential to lock the story, to lock the narrative into our minds. And as I've promised, I will now show you this picture and leave the rest to the discussion that is going to follow. The picture looks like this.
It seems we lost the connection here at a crucial moment of this presentation. Fortunately, we have re-established the connection at once and have Markus here in the room. And you can only imagine what my first question will be. No, but before asking it, thank you, Markus, for this engaging presentation and the engaging images that made me think as I watched them. And before asking you a question, I would like to ask those who watched you and who are here with us right now a question. And you don't have to reply immediately. You have some time to think about it. What would be the winning image? That is my question. What would be the winning image now, having learned about the failing images? What would it be? And I do not want to ask you, Markus, this question first, but I want to start differently into this dialogue. And we have let's say, 10 minutes left to talk together a little with you and with everyone else. And we are now in 2051. We are now in 2051, and we have learned something. And that was what your talk was about. I am nearly 70, if I'm still alive, and you are maybe a little over that. And so looking back, what did we learn? Is there a manner, like, as you said, we didn't find it. We didn't find the way to communicate the danger and the threat in a way that led to action. Right? That's the non-action paradox. We didn't find it. But have we learned something now in 2051 by looking back? Have we learned something that we can do differently now with images after this failure?
Okay, that's a good one. I was asking myself this question a lot when I was doing the research and when I was writing the paper. I was always thinking about what can we learn from the visual discourse that was present in the 2010s and 2020s. The question is, how should, and that this relates, I guess, to the obvious question that you didn't ask. The question is of course, what should we have done differently when we still had time? And I'm not sure if, and I'm quite pessimistic about the visual discourse doing the task alone, because as I'm not sure if I made the point in my presentation clear, but the point is that images do not speak for themselves. Images cannot be the tokens that drive something forward alone. Images need something. They need a caption. Susan Sontag was very clear about pointing that out. Images need a caption. Images are often only frames for existing worldviews. So when you look at an image of war, of people suffering, children starving, people slaughtered, mass graves, these images, we tend to think that these images like these hold a moral obligation to act, to do something about it. On the other, and we think these images are clear, they speak clear. The pacifist movement in the 1920s had this clear idea that if they only showed everyone what the horrors of war looked like, no one would support the warmongering rhetoric in the Weimar Republic. We know that the opposite is true. And it's the same with climate change. We tend to think that if we only show people what climate change looks like, what awaits, for example, in industrialized Western society, people might start thinking and might stop their behaviors to some sensible degree. And I'm not sure that this is the case. I'm not sure that this was the case in the 2020s, and probably it's not the case today in 2051. Images do something, but the moral obligation cannot be fulfilled by the viewer, because the viewers are the individuals. The moral obligations are too big. They are too large for you and me and everyone else. We cannot bear this burden. We need something on another level. Images are important to grab our attention, to help us see the world in a certain way. Another interesting quote from Susan Sontag is that we don't remember events we remember by ourselves, we remember them by the images that we've seen of them. And I maybe a small example from to which everyone can relate. When we remember our holidays, we often do this by looking at the pictures we've made. And these are the images that are stuck in our head most of the time.
Yeah, yeah. You know, I think if I understood or learned one thing from your work, or I think that is one thing that really comes across through it and through your thorough investigation of these two images, two visual representations of these two phenomena of war and of climate change, then it is that we also not ought to overestimate the images on themselves, right? That's how I understand you. We need them, and your example about memories of holidays is very, very well picked, I would say. We need them. There is, as you said in the talk, there is no alibi of ignorance anymore. Right? When we see the polar bears and the burning jungle, the burning rainforest, and the pigs, they are important, but we should not, if I understand you correctly, we should not expect from them that they solve the problem.
Yeah, right.
In a way, what you're saying is that there is no winning image. There is no winning image. The communication breakdown that occurred at the end of the talk was due to maybe also to the fact that there is no winning image, because the task is not to find a better image. I don't know, correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah. The task is not to find a better image, but to think about how to deal with the image we have, right? How can we deal with that? So the task is actually not to find the right image, but to think about all that we do with them, basically, to think about how we deal with them.
Yeah, exactly. That's the point. And I think you took it one step further from my presentation, and in I guess in the right direction. The task is indeed how we deal with images and what we do with them. I mean, there's so many activist NGOs right now that try to tackle the problem, especially on a visual level. And there's one very good example. They have connections to universities and research facilities, and they do a very good job in analyzing how good climate visuals work. Climate Outreach is their name. And the scientist that I've cited a lot in my presentation, Saffron O'Neill, is, I guess, one of their advisors. But you know, it's tremendously important to think about how to frame climate change, not to be distant, too distant from the viewers, from the viewers' own set of experiences, like polar bears, smokestacks, and all. They are very distant. They are abstract, and they are kind of generic icons by now. When we look at people starving and suffering, they are distant to us, because usually in the 2020s at least, these were events that only happened somewhere else, not in the industrialized richer countries. And the viewers cannot make the connection to the flood and weather catastrophes that happened 1,000 kilometers ago to their own future, where they were sitting safe and secure at home. This is true as well with with the first example that I made in the presentation, the problem is that climate change as war is so multifaceted, so complex, works on so many levels of society, of psychology, of politics, and it's so complex you can't depict it with images. The confined pigs and the burning rainforest. These two belong together, but there is no visual connection between them. Yeah. So you're completely right. We have to find a way how to embed the climate visuals into a discourse that is somehow pointed at change.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. I think we have a last question now from YouTube, from the YouTube channel, because unfortunately we need to pass on then to the next presentation already. And the question is linked to what you just said, to this problem of how to link the images we have to action. It's by Sana Javid. Do you think that images of climate action, right, shared by individuals, activists, local governments, and social media, could have a positive impact on the discourse? Meaning, you show basically activities. It makes me think of the one day 30 years ago, or more, 32 years ago, when I heard suddenly outside screams, Klimagerechtigkeit jetzt, and looked out and saw these people walking down along the school where I live. So images of such action, what do you think they can play a role and have a positive impact?
Definitely. I'm pretty sure that of all the images that are out there, images that show positive engagement, not on a global scale, but in your local community, are the ones that have at least the potential to engage the viewers, because they see that there are other people, they are doing something, and they don't do it on a global scale. They're not sitting in management boards of some corporations to try to change something from the top. Rather, they are on the ground, they're doing something, and they try to change something. And we know from the research that images about climate change are engaging. They engage people to read about the subject, for example, in a newspaper or news blog. The thing is, what happens next? Fearful images might induce apathy and disengagement from action. But I think showing people positive engagement, that everyone can do something, is probably a good way to spread the word and show people that they can, in fact, do something, and that it's meaningful to do it on a local scale.
I'm sorry, I have to challenge you one last time on this one, because isn't it, when it's true what we just said, isn't it the case that a good global image can be important, because it's not the image that does the work, but how we interpret it or what we do with it. So having an image like the polar bears is not as such the problem, if I take you seriously.
Yep.
Polar bears can be the winning image, if only we find a way and communicate a way to deal with it appropriately.
I'm not sure about this. Because the polar bear, the emotional connection to the polar bear is pretty cold, if you allow the pun. The emotional connection to something we can do in our neighborhood, where we can see our individual impact, is much stronger. I guess when the flood catastrophe in Germany in 2021 happened, many people saw that strangers came to the affected regions and helped. They just came there and helped cleaning up the mess. And many followed because they had seen, hey, we can do something about it. It's not just giving money to some trust fund, and maybe people affected from the catastrophe might get a few euros. They saw that you can do something, that there are other people that are doing something, and that engaged them. And I guess positive action of if any image can develop some sort of meaning on its own. It's images of positive action. But still then, you need the caption, you need the context, you need to tell every viewer what this is all about. You need to give him some frame of interpretation, just like you give him a frame of the image. You don't show him the whole world. You show them a frame of the world, and you have to frame this frame for them.
Thank you, Markus, for the presentation and the Q&A session, and we came closer to a winning image, image of action, and maybe it's then not the images that fail, but people who can fail or not in the end. With the images they pick and with what they do with it. Thanks a lot for these insights and for sharing your insights on what went wrong, 30 years ago. We now move to the next presentation by Michael Pahle. Michael Pahle holds a PhD in economics and is head of the working group Climate and Energy Policy at the Potsdam Institute for Climate Impact Research, PIK, P-I-K. His research focuses on emissions trading and decarbonizing the power sector. He is regularly involved in projects to support policy implementation by state and federal agencies in Germany, covering topics such as coal phase-out, power market design, and the European Emissions Trading System. He co-authored a study on carbon pricing and reform options, which was commissioned by the German Council of Economic Experts on behalf of the federal government, and was lead author of the chapter on the European Emissions Trading System. Michael, is he in the room? I don't see him yet. Oh, yeah, here. It's just my image that failed and now is winning because I see him smiling. Welcome to the conference and to this panel. You have been at the conference for a while already. He's joined by Michael Jakob, who will present tomorrow, if I'm right, and who is sitting next to him right now. And you'll figure out quite soon who is who of the two, because Michael Jakob will speak second and serve as a discussant. And I won't introduce him any longer here. He is a research fellow at the Mercator Research Institute on Global Commons and Climate Change in Berlin, but he'll be presented longer tomorrow, and he'll respond to Michael Pahle's presentation, which has as its title, Playing It Safe or Going the Risky Route, Europe's emission trading system as a yardstick for taking risk to address climate risks. You have the floor.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Sebastian. So the question is he in the right room, and did he find the right year? so yes, I landed in 2051. I'm very excited to be here. Thanks for having me. It's quite a thrill to participate in a time travel conference that takes place so far away into the future. And the good thing is, it leaves you a lot of time to prepare your slides, actually, and I hope I put the 30 years to good use. You already mentioned the title, and it took you probably half a minute, so it's quite a complex title and it's quite a technical topic. I had intended to talk about Europe's emission trading system, which is basically what I work on every day. So I'm very much into this topic, but it's quite a technical one. And so I was asking myself, how can I communicate all the technicalities to such an audience in 20 minutes, and how can I do it in a way that there are still people in the room when I finish my talk? So I concluded that I should probably talk about something else, and I will only touch about the emission trading system, and will actually relate more to, I think, this what Markus termed the non-action paradox. I think this is really relevant, and I will look at it from a policy point of view. Yeah, so to be a bit more specific on what I will talk about, here's my outline. I will begin by clarifying the role of looking forward, and specifically of forming expectations for looking backwards. I think it seems to be quite intuitive to look backwards, but I don't think it is. And it needs some clarification and be explicit about what the kind of process, cognitive process is related to looking backwards. So this will be a sort of cognitive primer and a description of my methodology. Then in the main part, I will elaborate on climate policies as two different kind of stories. So basically narratives, which I think connects very well to what we have heard already today, but I will give it a specific policy angle, and I will look more on the benefits of climate action and not as much on the damages. So it will be more a stimulating perspective, and how can we more directly compel or induce action, bringing us forward. And then finally, there's one slide on the emission trading system, so I did not give up on it altogether. But I will put it in the context of this broader story, or this broader outline, and I will explain why it can act as a catalyzer. So usually when we discuss emission trading, we discuss its economic properties and the role it can play to incentivize abatement and climate action. But here I will talk about its political role, because I think that's very much too often ignored, but it's actually much more relevant than we would think. Yeah, so going on. So we are now in 2051. We are the department, and this is how I envisage the department. It's like in a science fiction movie. This is Munich / the Mars, or some mix of it. It's green and it's fancy. So we are sitting here. We want to look back in time to Munich in 2021. But what does that require? I mean, the special requirement, or the special challenge of looking back in time from the future is that it's something completely different than the usual looking back in time. So we look back to the past from the present. What we do is we simply access our memories. So we look for images and experience of our childhood, and this is something we have observed, and it's accessible to us. There might be some sort of emphasize some emotional afflictions that bring some parts more to our consciousness than others, but it's something we talk about, we actually have experienced. But doing this in a counterfactual way, so looking back from the future, we do have we do stand under necessity to envisage what happened on the path between now, or the present, and the future. So actually, the specific requirement is not just simply looking back, but it's to look forward. And then to look forward is still how we would look back in time. So the actual challenge is to envisage what would happen in the next years or even decades. And to take it a step farther, since the setup of this conference is that we have on the first day a gloomy future, and on the second day happy future. So we have to hypothesize that there is a point at which the further development branched. And so I think this is a very important concept which I drew from path dependency theory, so-called branching points, and they're defined, and I just read it out loud, as key decision points at which choices made by actors in response to internal or external stresses or triggers, so obviously climate change, determine whether and what ways the pathway is followed. So in the pathway here is a very general direction of where society takes itself, the decision about how we act on climate change. So you can really think of two different worlds developing in different directions. And apparently one pathway will take us to a world of global warming. They can see the 2 degrees Celsius and the green pathway would take it to another world. So, and now my job, or what I do next, is to give some thinking of it. What constitutes this branching point? So where is it located? What does it mean? And what drives decisions in one way or the other? And so the critical assertion, or the essential assertion of my talk is that it's not so much what is happening presently that is driving the decision, or that is determining the branch, but it's first and foremost the expectations we have of the future. So we do think if, let's say, we envisage a world with certain qualities that will take us to the better world, let's say a techno-economic narrative or some vision of how certain technologies will develop, and this is what Mike will talk about tomorrow too, then we follow this and we have this expectation that it will go along like this, and the expectation / the promise of something that could be achieved in the future takes us onto the one path. And likewise, fictional expectations of what we should avoid to do could prevent us from taking the other path. But the problem is, of course, we can only form the expectations with the knowledge of the current day. So we do have to make things up. We have to be fictional. We have to envisage things. We have to envisage technological development. We have to envisage social change and make them preconditions for the choice of the path. So basically, you can say if you choose a path, you usually do this under certain assumptions that make the path a success. And this is what, by and large, drives modern economies. So it's not just individuals, it does not drive politicians, policymakers, you name it. It drives the whole economy in the sense of driving political decisions, societies, but in particular investment activities. So this is a key decision factor. This is my main assertion. I put this forward for discussion. And now something could happen, and I think this is really crucial. And coming to the question, okay, what caused things to go wrong? And fictional expectations act as drivers, of course. They are very powerful instruments, or self-constructed instruments, to drive the choice between different pathways. But if they rest on wrong assumptions or fallacies, they can also throw society into crisis. When these futures that we imagine, collectively imagine, fail to materialize. So this to summarize, is the main theme I'm trying to propose here, that we need, in order to induce action in the right way, we need to construct these imaginative or fictional expectations that take the form of narratives, and they have the power to induce action. They have the power to overcome the non-action paradox. But if they rest on the wrong assumptions, and they may take us half the way, but then we realize if these promises do not fail to materialize, they throw us into crisis. This is as general and as abstract as it gets. I move now forward to make it a little bit more specific what I think these fictional expectations are actually. As I mentioned in the beginning, I take a more, my perspective is not on the damages and on the impact, but more on this concurrent strand of expectations and fictions that compel or induce action by highlighting that taking climate action is not a costly thing. So there's a high synergy between climate action and growth. You can reconcile the two. So actually what we do, what is good for the climate, is actually good for ourselves in economic terms. So there's a high synergy between climate action and economic growth, and then welfare, of course. And if you take a look at a different chapter of the mentioned IPCC reports, not on the climate impact, which is the Working Group 1, but on the report by the Working Group 3, you will find a lot of the figures as the one that I depicted here. I have to admit, it's very cryptic. So I explain in my own words what can be seen. So these are the usual figures that depict technological pathways that are showing that starting from an energy system that it's very much dominated by fossil fuels. So that is here the dark colors, gray, brown, black. We move into the future that is very much dominated by renewables, and apparently this is yellow, this is solar energy, and wind. This is wind energy. These are the blue stacks. And the good thing is that it's not only taking us into a world that prevents climate change to happen, but it's also not very costly. So we have seen that costs for renewables went down considerably in the last. It was an incredible success story, I think, and not necessarily expected. And so what we are depicting here is a future that is both preventing climate change, and it's not a very costly future. So it would be worth the money anyway. So it would pay off even if we do not take climate into account. And this is the sort of fictional expectations that can drive people to take action even if they are totally ignorant about the serious impact of climate change. And I think this is very important to keep in mind. But this is not the only kind of fictional expectation that is up. No, that was the slide that follows. I'm traveling in time a bit too much, so jumping my own slides. So these are the fictional expectations, and what is accompanying them are narratives, so political rhetoric and communication that is supporting that, or it's building on that to shape policy. And these are usually they're usually termed the win-win narratives. So I mentioned already these narratives describe. So it's not you do not have to sacrifice. You actually gain economically when you're saving the climate. And I put some of the narratives in a short form here. So clean technologies will become cheaper and cheaper. Fossil fuels will become more expensive. So driving the economics are driving us to renewables anyways. Or if you have take the structural policy angle on it, you could achieve technology leadership. So if you are the first to invest in renewables, you can build up a large industry and make money on it. Or as it's now put up for hydrogen, can be the champagne of the energy transition. So you just put something nice on top and celebrate and fizzle about it. And all this is, of course, related to job creation. Job creation has been a very important element of these narratives, because it's not only a cost question, since politicians are usually interested about job creation, and I mean people too. So this is really what the promise is behind. And to make it a bit more specific, there's this quote: "It does not cost the world to save the planet," which is taken from the IPCC. So these are the win-win narratives, and if people buy into them, it's clear. As I said, so you do not have to. Do not need to be shocked. You can be totally ignorant. You can not care about the environment at all. But you would say, okay, job, it's great. I want to have a job. I want my kids to have a job. Then let's go this route. But this is not the only kind of narrative that is out there. And even though it's very promising and appealing, it's probably a sort of delusion. This is because one could easily imagine, and now I come back to the imagined futures, that it will only take us thus far. And if we are trying to solve a problem that has a scale as severe and as large as climate change, so I mean, a right intuitive expectation would be to think, okay, at some point it will become hard and painful. So we cannot solve a big problem like that just pursuing business as usual and hope that it will all solve itself. And it's actually what we are observing. And then related to that, I also want to challenge the notion that transpired through the first part of this conference, that nothing is actually happened. That's not right, because the very recent developments on the European level are actually very promising. So in July this year, the Commission has proposed a very ambitious climate package called the Fit for 55 package that has a very good chance of actually taking us, and us as Europe, to climate neutrality in 2045. I'm very optimistic and very enthusiastic about this package, actually. So it's an enormous milestone in my view. And what is interesting in this context is to see how it was accompanied in terms of narratives by Franz Timmermann, who's a vice president and responsible for climate change in the Commission. So he said, let me end by saying that nothing we have presented today is going to be easy. So he's frank about the ambition. It's going to be bloody hard. And if you contrast this with the win narratives, it's quite a change. It's a turn. It's an enormous turn. And it conveys something very different. So it's going to be hard work, and don't take it too easy. And it has striking resemblance to a speech by Winston Churchill that he gave as Prime Minister to the House of Commons in '94, so in the wartime. And he said, "I have nothing to offer but blood, toil, tears and sweat. We have before us an ordeal of the most grievous kind. We have before us many, many long months of struggle and suffering." So now, if you think about what would it mean, what kind of effort would be required to solve the climate problems? So would you endorse this kind of narrative? Would you think this is true? Or would you say, okay, this is the win-win. We can do it with a win-win. And actually, it's not what is the right thing, but what induces sufficient action. So this is the critical question, not if we believe the narrative as such is right, but if we believe it fosters sufficient support to actually implement a policy that is stringent enough to solve the climate problem. So and this is what I'm interested in, and I move forward and discuss this in a form of what I call a climate policy support risk matrix. It's a complex term, so the question at stake is, can we use these narratives, or how do these narratives affect support for climate policy? And what is the risk of employing the wrong narrative? So this is my interest here. And the way I will elaborate this is in a 2x2 matrix that is so much loved by policymakers. So I hope it also resonates with the audience. And in the columns, I put these two different kind of narratives. So in the first column, it's a win-win. So let us assume that politicians and policymakers are continuing on with the win-win narrative. Or let us assume that they change to a blood, toil, tears and sweat narrative. And then the analytical element here is to contrast this with what would be the actual future. And this is shown in the rows. So a future could materialize where it actually really does not cost the world to save the planet. So imagine that we have enormous technological breakthroughs. So renewable technologies continue along the line. We realize that lifestyle changes is in our benefit. Electric cars will become enormously cheap, and so on and so on. I think you get it. So this would be an actual future where it's not too hard actually to save the planet. Whereas in the other future, saving the planet requires sacrifices, whereas the opposite is the case, where we do indeed have to make sacrifices, where there will not only be winners, there will be losers. And this is the important difference here. And in terms of the angle I'm pursuing, so the uninteresting cases is where the narrative meets its actual expectations. So if win-win meets an actual future that saving the planet does not cost the world, the expectations are right. So that I do not discuss the implications as such, but in terms of future confronting expectations, there is no tension. So the expectation is right, it's a green light for me, I don't go into it. And the same holds for the blood, toil, tears and sweat narrative that would confront an actual future where this actually takes sacrifices to save the world. So this is green light in the sense that expectations and narratives met. But the interesting cases are where we have one narrative and it meets a different future. So we were through narratives form expectations that will turn out to be wrong. Great wrong imaginations of the future. And I will begin by the case blood, toil, the blood, toil, tears narrative. So it will be pretty hard. If you tell people it will be pretty hard, and it will actually be pretty easy, then the risk is that society gives up on climate policy too early. So imagine 20 years back from now. So we travel back to Munich in, let's say, 1991. So we do kind of a companion time travel. And if we would have told people back then, okay, climate change, it would be extremely costly. So who would have engaged in climate policy back then? We would have never found out that renewables can become so cheap as they actually have become to be. So there's a risk that society gives up on climate policy too early. But we have overcome this. We have a lot of win-win narratives. So we have moved forward. We now know that there are some technologies which are fairly cheap. But while we are now moving into this different point. So we still have this win-win narratives, but we are experiencing and seeing, especially from the forward projections through scenarios, that there might be, that it's very likely that sacrifices need to be made. So it's not being only as highly synergetic activity. So we have to accept that we have to build technologies that everyone likes, maybe capture and storage, or that making energy prices high will affect the poor. So we will realize that there are sacrifices that are to be made, but we still have these win-win stories. And this is exactly where I see this branching point. So do we go on with these win-win narratives in good knowledge that they will not really depict the world as it is, or will we be able to change to another narrative, and what kind of narrative could work in face of this situation? And so this is my slide on the emission trading scheme. As you can see, it's a very modest slide, and I will not go into it into any details. The only thing that is important here to know is that it puts a price on emissions. And this is a unique feature of any climate policy instrument because it makes it highly transparent. You can have a lot of other instruments like renewable support or regulation where nobody can see what the costs of climate policy actually are. But this policy is the only instrument that makes it highly visible to everyone what the costs of avoiding 1 ton of dangerous emissions are. And so the development has been that this price has risen considerably in the last month. So you can see it in the picture on the left. It's going up from €5 per ton in 2017 to €60 per ton this year, and it will very likely go up to at least €130 per ton in 2030. So in terms of magnitude, this is something that is very confrontative for industry stakeholders. So they are seeing an enormous threat to their business models, an enormous risk of not being able to make this transition. And now this is a yardstick, or this pins the problem very much down. And what I quote here below is from a personal conversation I had with a climate spokesperson of one of the German parties when I confronted him with the situation. So why not let it go up? It's what climate change will cost. And then he told me we cannot allow firms to go bankrupt because we cannot answer why they would. So this really clarifies that the win-win narratives that are currently used to motivate climate action stand in the way of increasing ambition in the future. So policymakers need to have an answer why it could happen that firms go bankrupt and then they are losers. So this is really, from my point of view, the main challenge for going forward. Yeah, and this brings me to my final slide, some reflections and implications. My guess, my scenario is the world has heated by more than 2 degrees because the win-win narratives could not be overcome. And the specific mechanism behind is that we are experiencing, and I think this is what is really going to happen. We do not have clear words for it, but I think it's really at the core of it. We will experience a widening gap between action and targets because we are not lacking ambitious targets. We are lacking ambitious action, the targets we have. And this will lead to mounting frustration and disappointment, especially by activists and people pushing for climate action. And this will trigger a policy crisis. And this crisis is imminent. It's not in the faraway future. It's a thing of the next 4, 5, or 10 years. So that leaves the question, is society ready to move on to a blood, toils, tears and sweat narrative? Are they willing to accept that climate change will be costly? That's an open question. The more interesting question is this feasible in a democratic system? It came up in the morning what the programs of the political parties look like. They're only making shiny promises. So no one is really honest about what it takes, how high the costs are to take climate action. And this is in a democratic system where you have a competition between the parties. So you have a sort of rat race here. It's really difficult to overcome this, and it's not the fault of the politicians. So it's really, from my point of view, related to the short-term election cycles where policymakers need to make good promises. So, and if it's not possible to make this big step, could there be some sort of intermediate step? Could there be win-win narratives that have some more demanding elements in it? And a colleague of mine who's actually here too turned the win narratives with trade-offs. So that brings in something of the hard elements. And can this be a suitable intermediate step? And how could such a narrative look like? I don't know, but I would be very interested in suggestions. And finally, this is a bit more off, and it's a bit of a self-criticism. I mean, to us, we should also ask ourselves if we, in the way we develop narratives, if we actually do this for the right audiences, or if all kind of communication we do up and all kind of information provision is not actually targeting the people who are already convinced, and how we can find ways to move beyond preaching to the converted. Okay, I think I'm roughly in time, and many thanks for your attention.
Yeah, thanks a lot. That was really a very insightful talk. And while you were presenting, I imagined myself in 2051 looking back on 2021. And I actually would tell you that in 2021 I was very optimistic, because on the one hand I was very optimistic that we would be able to at least keep climate change below 2 degrees and maybe even go towards 1.5 degrees, because in 2021 everybody was clear about the urgency to act. We had wildfires, we had floods and so on. There was hardly anyone denying or questioning the science of climate change anymore. There was huge public sentiment. There were Fridays for Future. There's actually this kind of lifestyle that many people were in favor of greenery, if climate policies. And for instance, even in 2021, maybe you remember, we had national elections for the German parliament. And for a short time, the Greens were on top. That it looked as if the Green Party could even have the chancellor, which had never occurred before. So I could see the turning point there. And on the other hand, we also had all these technological developments. We had very cheap renewable energies that pushed coal out of the electricity market in many countries. So you didn't even need to be very climate sensitive to be really pro-climate. It was just a matter of good economics. And also electric vehicles looked very promising. Like, I think in 2021 in Germany already about 15% of the new registered cars were electric. So that was very encouraging. In Norway it was, I think, a majority. So I was thinking, okay, technology is going the right way, public sentiment goes in the right way, and also politically, many countries actually at this time had started to announce net zero targets to go to zero emissions by 2050. So this was about almost 130 countries, representing about 70% of global emissions. And the European Commission had put forth a very ambitious a package of policies to put the European climate targets into action. So I thought this might go in the right direction. Then why did it not? Yeah, it was all about politics, that people did not dare to impose any costs on anyone. Politicians did not dare to actually mention the trade-offs, as you explained. That actually the style of politics that had emerged was like this kind of well-being politics, trying not to impose any burden on anyone. And I think you're very right that this was not an honest style of politics. So you said politicians were not to blame. maybe not any single politician, but I think politicians could have cultivated a different style of leadership that actually acknowledges that it is their responsibilities to highlight the trade-offs of climate policies and to make clear that if you want to go there, there will be losers and you have to find ways to take those losers on board. Be it workers losing their jobs and who have to be retrained, be it people who suffer from higher energy prices. I think this opportunity was missed, and this was the reason why we had this huge backlash against climate policies and why actually policymakers time and again interfered with the emission trading system, and why the European Union and also many other countries in the world did not reach their net zero targets. Yeah, that's all I have to offer from my side, and I hope we still have time for a few questions from the web. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, Mike, for the comment and for bringing back in our backward-looking perspective from 2051 and focusing us on this problem of the style of politics, well-being politics, right? And that goes right to the heart of the choice that Michael Pahle confronted us with here, the choice between the win-win narrative and the blood, toil, tears and sweat narrative, right? And it convinces me that that is part really of the heart of the issue, is how we talk about the problems and the costs. Do we disguise them or do we take them seriously? And I wonder, it's a very convincing option. When I think about my personal life, then I also realize sometimes I need more the one narrative and sometimes more the other. When I confront a challenge, sometimes I need someone to tell me, you can do it, it will be good. And sometimes I need someone to tell me, it will be challenging. Beware of it. So both are needed and depends somehow on the situation we are in. And that is how Michael Pahle, how I understand your reflection. What situation are we in here right now? What talk do we need? And let me just add, before I give it back to you, then this one question that came to my mind, in addition to maybe responding to Mike Jacobs' reflection, which is on what you touched at the end of your presentation, the third option, win-win with trade-offs or something like that. And I wonder if it is not so important if we are, because the times have changed, we are more vocals on the costs right now, and we see a lot of rupture and reaction to that, right? I don't want to change my lifestyle. I don't want to stop eating meat and all these costly things for people. But I wonder how we can, whether it is not important to, even on the side of the harsh narrative, the one that focuses on the costs, have a vision there with the gains for us all, basically. Because in the end, even the costs, if we manage to cope with climate change, it is in the end a win-win too, right? That's not even the question here. That's not even the question. We all are better off in a certain way if we manage to confront the challenge. So my question for you is what about this third option, about the things we win when we take the challenge seriously?
Yeah, that's still an open question. I mean, we will win, but we will only win in the faraway future. So, and this, I think, is a fact, and it is known from other historical transformations that in the time between, there will be losers. There's no way around it, and so we have to find a way to deal with the risk of becoming a loser, or with the fact. I mean, if you work in the coal industry, there's really no way that you can become a winner of this transformation. So we have to find a way where we make clear that this has to stop, but there is an opportunity, or there is an alternative if you decide to become active and engage in transformation for you out. So this is further qualification, or in terms of the industry. So it's giving industry the time to start engaging in clean technologies and so on, but then to be strict and tough when they don't do it. So it's my hunch, and I have not fully thought this through, is to offer people opportunity to become an active part of this transformation. And if they do not take or grasp this opportunity, then there is the necessity to be strict on them. And then it's the consequence of your own choice. But if you have a choice, I think, then this is something where people might be willing to buy into. Saying, okay, I accept this. What I'm doing now is not sustainable. So it cannot be in line with ambitious climate action, but I have an option to move out of this, to do something different, but I need to carry the consequences if I'm not taking this decision. But this might be too liberal to work with a large part of the society. But it's the best ideas I have so far, and actually it makes me optimistic. So my turn from optimist to pessimist, I turn from pessimist to optimist, because I think we now have a better understanding of what is the root cause of the non-action paradox. So we now have an idea where to look for solutions. And this was for me a very important moment, because I always puzzled, so why is this paradox existing? And I think it's really about the collective expectation management and being able to follow through on that.
Yes, and that is also the strong connection, you named it, to the first talk, in this reflection of how do we frame the problem, right? How we do we present it visually, or here, how do we present it conceptually? Yeah. Conceptually. And I want to follow up on the last thing you now said, because it reminds me, I think, of something that Churchill did, the politician who used the blood, toil, tears, and sweat framing or narrative. And I think, because at the time, there was also an option to go it the easy way, basically to make peace with Nazi Germany. And that was a very real option. Many in Britain in 1940, after the downfall of France, wanted actually not to continue the fight. And he said, no, we need to do it. But we need to do it because only in that way can we keep our agency, stay who we are, I think. That's what he said. And you yourself pointed at the need to give people the feeling, not just the feeling, but create a reality where they are active, right? Where they are active rather than solely victims. Yeah. And I wonder whether that is, so to say, a crucial addition or a crucial element then of this other narrative that is about the harshness and the costs, but only in this way, but in this way we can stay who we are in a certain way, or keep a form of agency and of identity that we otherwise lose. And maybe that is a crucial element to be added, I think, to this other narrative.
Absolutely agree.
How do we do that then, Michael, Pahle? How can we do that?
By looking for ways of creating the opportunity to do so. I mean, by tapping into the potential of how people, how groups, how firms want to develop, by allowing them to make use of their own plans and visions, in a way that is not, I mean, it's not deluding us again. So we cannot move into the situation where everyone has a great idea, and I've experienced this many times in stakeholder events. So then someone from the industry comes up, we have invented this great new sorts of boiler which can save a megaton. So and people are overly enthusiastic about it, and I think we have to support this, but we have to support this in a way that makes clear so it does pursue an end. So it's not about visions and ideas, it's about delivering on our goal and giving people the opportunity and to coordinate their action into this direction. This is still very vague, but I think it needs to be there needs to be a strong bottom-up element into that, and a form of enabling of turning these ideas into reality.
Okay. Do you think it has to be audience specific, or is maybe it's also both, or is there one narrative for us all in there, or has it to be for the co-workers and so on in all the sections you spoke about, all those who will lose? Does it have to be a specific narrative addressed to them?
I think we need to break it down, of course, but this broader narrative must be one of agency. I mean, one of an enabling agency and giving people room and making them clear that they need to change in order to preserve the situation as it is. So this is from the book The Leopard that I like very much. So there's this quote: if everything should stay as it is, everything has to change. And people need to buy into this idea. And then they need to understand that it's their choice how they want to change. So and this needs to be the broader meta narrative for everything, and then you have to boil it down to specific groups and decision contexts that I think is absolutely necessary.
This was really very fascinating. Thanks a lot. It creates a lot of clarity in my mind about the options we confront and about the importance of how we talk, and about even the vision and the goal that these people 30 years back from now actually need to find, depending on which day we want to end up with. Thanks a lot for your presentation and for your thoughts and for the clarity that this created. And I would say, I hope for me it will mean that I now immediately enter the virtual room and become an avatar and look around for people to discuss more. But unfortunately, on the panel and in this room, the time is over. So all that remains for me is really to thank you, to thank Markus Kink once again, but now to thank both you, Michael Pahle and Mike Jakob for your time and for your thoughts. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks to your organizer for having us.
Thanks a lot.
Good. See you later. See you later.
See you around.
and welcome back to the Climate Conference. My name is Zahra Akhlaqi, and I'm the host in this session. I have many great guests with me here, but first of all, we have a very interesting video to see. Our algorithm flagged up this curious interaction of a Siri user actually, and it sheds a very interesting light on the ordinary citizens' perspective of the last 30 years. And yeah, let's listen to it, and we'll be back then.
Hello Siri. I thought I'd tidy up my room this morning. I've been 3 days deep into the Marvel marathon. It's mad. It's a holistic experience, really sensorial, and it comes with food and energy drinks to keep you going. The camera shows it when I'm falling asleep, and the volume comes up or they cut to an explosion. It links up with the auto-seasonal affective disorder windows and the lighting in your room. Super immersive. You know, I like the first 7 guys that played Spider-Man, but I think the latest ones are getting kind of sloppy. Anyway, my room was a mess. Too much for the Roomba and even the sweep sweep. I got to work. I picked a playlist, synced the big speakers, switched on the air enhancer, plugged in all the candles and inset spots, and started cleaning. But my sad windows were far too bright, so I switched from spring morning to sunset. The new SADs can sync with your Spotify and adapt to the music, but you need to buy new hardware apparently, even though mine's only 3 years old. There's been some controversy. Cleaning up, tidying, always makes me feel melancholic. I finished chucking all the food packaging down the waste hole in the corner of my room, but was still in good spirits and feeling like exercising a little bit, so I kept going. I attacked the depths of my wardrobe, getting at the dust that the robots miss. I came across my old boxes. There were my old degree certificates, my love letters and photographs, the folded up posters that used to hang from the walls of the different rooms I've had. There was festival promo flyers and protest signs, a t-shirt where Bruno and I had written, "Make America Gay Again," back when we thought we were witty, back when we cared. Underneath all this I found a grenade. It was made of paper and still had its promotional card clipped on. Seed bomb. Throw it, grow it. I was taken aback. I bought this as a present for my neighbour Judith, 30 years ago. Our neighbour Judith. I haven't always lived alone like this, you know. I used to share this room with my partner, but she left ages ago, saying she could no longer face the inaction all around her, saying she couldn't just watch the city she loves dissolve into what it is now, I guess. She went up north when Scotland finally became independent, moving into one of those communal land associations that were being promoted. When she was still here, the house felt like a family. There were 8 of us, at first complete strangers, but then bonded together by the love of place. We shared dinners, parties, and in general lived in convivial spirit, celebrating each other as much as possible. The house is an old Georgian build, on the corner where Montpellier meets St. Paul's. These names, these neighbourhoods, used to mean something. Montpellier always quirky, which was white middle-class speak for wealthy but open-minded. St. Paul's always harder to define, a world unto itself. When we moved in, many of the similar houses had already been divided up into flats. We were a proud exception. Housemates came and went, and we would carefully select the future people, inviting them over for tea and assessing their compatibility in a kind and caring way. The letting agency let us do this. They wouldn't interfere so long as rent was paid. So we painted the walls, built beautiful garden furniture, and nurtured the plants that covered every corner of the house. Most nights we would all meet down in the pit to listen to music, have a boogie, talk over our day, laugh. But things were always changing. Every summer the reality of the climate crisis seemed closer, more invasive. Some mornings I woke up feeling choked by fear. We celebrated all the little victories. Beavers were recognised legally and were being helped to spread along the UK's waterways. Streets across town were being pedestrianised. Community garden projects were gaining momentum and impact. In St. Paul's, we were producing enough vegetables to feed 40 families, and enough compost to give away and encourage people to start growing in their own front gardens. The biodegradable grenade in my hand was meant for Judith, who had started much of this. I find another flyer. It's an invitation to an inauguration party for Judith's portrait, painted on the wall of the Malcolm X garden, where her movement had started. It was dated 2025. I faintly remember it. Dub music blasting off a big rig, red striped beers. The mayor was there. Judith spoke about our power to change things, about hope. The 20s were all about hope. I lost count of the number of times I laid down in the middle of the street to stop the traffic, making time for one rebellious stunt or another. We built barricades and sang and danced and chained ourselves to things. My voice grew grainy from all the shouting, but we weren't really winning. It became harder and harder to convince people to come out. Working from home became basically fixed after the 2020 pandemic. My friend Luke had been a carpenter, but his company went bust once robotics and AI became sophisticated and cheap enough to replace him. All the people we knew who were waiters, care workers, delivery drivers, those who actually needed to leave the house every day and brought news from the outside, were soon replaced. The lucky ones were retrained as office support workers, managing the AIs that were doing their jobs. The rest were put on benefits, given no reason to ever go outside again. VR, which had been a sort of exciting and expensive joke when it first came out, started dominating our everyday. Children didn't have to go to school and simply logged into their lessons every morning. Social media merged with video game technology, and the new platform Forum allowed you to embody your avatar and travel around the entire world, meeting new people, hanging out with whoever you wanted. It was great, you know, better than what real life was becoming. I'd always dreamt of doing the Camino de Santiago, of surfing in Tahiti. In Forum, I didn't have to be afraid all the time. My lungs were not being attacked by pollution. I didn't have to worry about the constant flooding. I didn't have to take care of everything around me. Always working towards resilience, always fighting impossible odds. My partner had fought the Forum. I told her I was so tired. She worked with children and saw how so many of them just took to the Forum so naturally. The youngest ones had never seen much worth fighting for, not in the outside they knew. And it was true. The 30s were devastating. The Gulf Stream collapsed, or reversed, I can't even remember. The UK was stuck with a low, thick grey cloud that just wouldn't budge. Every day was the same dull grey. The seasons became indistinguishable. Then it would rain. Hard, solid rain that turned the streets to rivers. Humans bunkered in. Everything else roughed the outside. And soon everything else withered away. Turns out the rapidly decreasing biodiversity meant our flora's resilience crashed, becoming increasingly susceptible to any illness. That's when the sad displays came in. Even Judith's gardens had been abandoned by then. The outside held carcasses of trees and the weeds that had survived the pollinator crisis. So we turned inwards, into this artificial glow that offers us the freedom of the Forum and the chance to forget everything else. I find a dusty photograph. It's the 8 of us that used to live in this house, dressed up for a party outside in our garden. Now I don't know the people living in this house. It got split up and the garden built on. The new houses don't even have windows, just facades. Every room was rented individually once kitchens stopped being used. Produce became too expensive and most city folk just order in weekly sets of packaged meals. This is when my partner finally left. She laughed at my hypocrisy. Whatever happened to the capitalist spectacle? You were the one always pointing out how we were getting more and more isolated, separated from each other, our food. And now, even from the reality with that stupid game, all I could say was, I'm so tired. I can hear the woman upstairs only when she's having sex on forum. I think she overacts it. In a lot of ways, life has become simpler, more comfortable. I fund my meals and my rent with the odd jobs I do on forum. I've been a fisherman, an accountant, and a forest ranger. Now I'm teaching at university, running a course for young people on how to make the most of their forum lives. I've travelled and experienced much in life. I even had a baby once in a server, but it was really beginning to get on my nerves, so I switched to another. I've explored jungles and deserts, braved the roughest seas, and built myself the most amazing houses. I'm currently living in a modest beach hut, waking at the crack of dawn most days to enjoy a good surfing session. I haven't really bothered to meet the other people on the island yet. Most of them are younger and sound like bots to me. And this brings me to my complaint, which is why I've been holding down this button and making you listen to me. Last month, I only realized this woman I was dating was a bot after the server was closed by the Stop Bots campaign. It's becoming harder and harder to know what avatars have real people behind them, and that is not cool. This is where I think we should draw the line. You shouldn't be able to be developing relationships with people and not know if they're real or not. We should be warned. The young people don't even seem to care. They even say bots are so developed they deserve equal rights. I couldn't disagree more, and would appreciate you making my opinion known to the developers.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite catch that. Please repeat.
Welcome back. And now we heard a lot of complaints. We'll come back to this topic again at the discussion at the end. But now let's listen to some members of the Carbon Ruins Museum from Sweden. I think we all have heard about the opening in 2053, in 2 years. And I'm very glad to have two guests here in the studio with me. Do you want to introduce yourself?
Please.
So, show is yours.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Graeme Crow, and I've been working in the Swedish museum sector since the late 2030s.
And my name is Lena Schlegel, and I'm a museum curator at Fossil. I'm an historian of technology, specializing in carbon technology.
We're very pleased to be joining you in Munich today for this conference and to share with you our ongoing work. We are here today representing a new museum institution in Sweden called Fossil, commissioned by the Swedish government last year in 2050. Our project is to curate the museum's inaugural exhibition, which is, as Zahra has pointed out, set to open sometime in 2053, tentatively entitled Carbon Ruins. The exhibition is intended to look back on what are sometimes referred to as the transition years and to celebrate Sweden meeting its decarbonisation targets.
And as no party coalition ever had the majority in parliament during the transition years in Sweden, Sweden never revised its climate laws from 2018, and they were met in 2045 as originally set out. Ecological modernization and green industry was, and still is, at the core of politics, seen as the only way to reach compromise between different political positions on how to decarbonize.
Indeed, compromise is perhaps the only thing that really strongly characterises the transition, a noun which may not truly deserve its definite article. To that end, we have been sourcing and exploring objects from the transition years, having chosen a pedagogical model based on everyday and familiar items as points of departure for storytelling. In order to share our work in progress with you, fellow scholars and researchers, we have brought two objects with us which are being considered as exhibits for the museum. As we hope to show, however briefly, they provoke a spread or network of narratives whose contradictions are not easily resolved. As critical scholars, we therefore find ourselves obliged to stay with the trouble to invoke the memory of St. Donna the Cyborg. These objects are, of course, signs and symbols at the same time as they are material manifestations of practices which inextricably link everyday lives to systems of production and consumption, which are ultimately and unavoidably global in scale and impact. We speak primarily, of course, to their meaning-making in Sweden, much of which may be shared, or at least similar, to their meaning elsewhere in Europe and in what is still sometimes referred to as the global north. We are painfully aware that these meanings almost certainly do not extend universally beyond that scope. Indeed, this is part of the point we seek to make today and to make through the exhibition that we are planning.
Yes, so let me show you one of the objects that we brought along. Here we have an object which is made from perhaps the most iconic material of the fossil age, plastic. And this particular object also symbolizes the controversial relationship between children and the oil industry. As more and more parents engaged with climate change in the early 2020s, they looked around their home for culprits. In front of them were their children, playing with the very materials that endangered their futures. So Lego, as you might remember, became controversial during these years. And parents and activists protested outside Lego's offices in a move that almost drove the company to bankruptcy. The images of children dressed in white gowns with their hands covered in thick black sludge engaged the entire Danish nation. And in the end, the government stepped in and supported Lego in transitioning to bio-based plastics, making sure that production never stopped. This was celebrated as a great success at the time. But in Sweden and elsewhere, we are now finding ourselves in a situation where we are still importing biofuels from abroad, basically from cutting down endangered ecological sites. Because the Swedish biomass is used for plastic production and other high-value products. So our parents might have protested Lego's use of fossil oil, but they did not reconsider their own relationship to owning stuff. There was enough Lego already at that time, as you might remember, that could fill up the toy libraries that are now popping up all over Sweden.
Indeed. At the risk of using a rather reductive and out-of-fashion concept, we can see how Lego and other such products retain their status as class signifiers. That the choice to not use toys and other products made from fossil derivatives was doubtless well intended and perhaps even necessary, but it remained, and still remains, a choice made in a market economic context. The emergence of toy libraries, as my colleague has mentioned, in which vintage Lego and other such playthings were put to use in a non-commercial form of circulation, represents a further advance. But, in the context of persistent market relations, it remains to some extent theatrical, performative, and even self-congratulatory, a moral narrative that celebrates changes at the immediate surface of things, while the fundamentals remain for the most part unchanged and unquestioned. What we consume and the manner in which we consume it may have changed, and to be clear, it has changed for the better. But that we consume has not changed at all.
So another object that we brought with us from our collection is this steel bottle. And during the fossil era, the industry was responsible for a third of Sweden's greenhouse gas emissions before the transition years. And the steel industry was the single largest emitter for a long time. The last blast furnace closing down and being replaced by the new hydrogen-based steel making only 7 years ago. And this object was among the first consumer objects which was certified as green steel, symbolizing the supposed success of green industry policy. It became hugely popular during the transition years when people wanted to replace plastics with materials which were not made from oil.
Sweden's green transition in steel is thus in many senses a real success story, which makes the bottle a very powerful totem. To own one of these in the 30s was to express a sort of national pride and to show that one was playing one's part in the effort to decarbonise. However, the decarbonisation of national industries within a national frame could only ever go so far to address the inherently global issue of climate change. Beyond the treaties and rhetoric, it still remains unclear whether the carbon footprint of a basic material like steel should be counted in the budget of the producer country or the consumer country, or both, or, as some critical taxation scholars have argued is still most common in practice, neither of them. Setting aside these unanswerable quantitative questions, what is clear is that so-called green production in basic industries allows another space for the manifestation of Jevons paradox. Steel being made with less carbon per tonne did not result in the same or less steel being produced, but rather an expansion of production within the scope of the carbon budget, however calculated.
We also have to remember that even if this had been a successful global decarbonisation, we still have to consider the impact of green industry and the large-scale infrastructure, such as wind power plants, that was built on Sami land. Not to talk about all the mining sites all over Sápmi, which resulted after the so-called easing of permit processes that still is in place in Sweden, which really meant a loosening of the protection of human rights, heritage protection and environmental laws.
It doubtless does not need repeating at this conference of all places that the old goal of less than 2 degrees of warming, which seemed achievable when it was set in Paris merely 35 years ago, has long since been surpassed, though by how much no one seems fully able to agree. Against this global tragedy, our particular problem seems almost insignificant, but it nonetheless haunts our work. We are charged with celebrating Sweden's meeting its decarbonisation targets, but in the course of exploring what that means, in Sweden, and in a world in which Sweden is merely a small and privileged corner, and where climate refugeeism has become as much a fact of life as the unpredictable weather, we find ourselves asking whether there is anything there to celebrate at all. Thank you for listening.
So I think...
Does Johannes know he's on?
I think Johannes is on, and he would like to continue.
Yes, please. Thanks a lot. My name is Johannes Stripple, and I'm speaking to you from Lund University in the very south of Sweden. Many thanks to you all at Bureau Grandessa for organizing this fascinating meeting. Thanks to Paul and Alexandra for staging carbon ruins in a new setting and in a new way. I'm speaking to you from today, and let me remind you that it actually is today, September 18, 2021. I will give you a brief background and context to the collective world building that we have called carbon ruins. From 1990 and 2 decades onwards, most research on the politics of climate change was about how to reduce a few % of emissions. This mirrored the international negotiations under the Kyoto Protocol at the time. Climate politics was about who could do what, how, but the discourse changed from emission reductions to societal transformation. We started to work on a range of projects that approached these large-scale transformations. At this point in time, societal actors started to envision transitions to post-fossil futures through a range of different means, such as emission trajectories, energy scenarios, industry roadmaps, long-term climate policy strategies. We, however, felt an increasing frustration with how these came to narrow the imagination. They largely failed to meet the world as it is now, and they don't tell us about how we will inhabit those future worlds. Transitions to post-fossil worlds become intangible, abstract, and out of reach for citizens and organizations. Crucially, we are not drawn into these post-fossil worlds in the same way as we are immersed in Tolkien's, Legos, or Minecraft's. But why is that? Shouldn't it be possible to tap into the joy of inventing, building, visiting imaginary worlds as a way to wrestle with the inertia and path dependencies that lock us into high carbon economies? It was in 2019 when scholars associated with Lund University developed Carbon Ruins. The world of carbon ruins was represented as a historical exhibition in the Swedish Museum Fossil. Through a range of objects, narratives, performances, and images, the museum evidences how humanity finally responded to intensifying climate disruption. Carbon Ruins opened in April. To engage with different audiences, it toured around Lund, hosted by the Town Hall in May, the Cathedral's Visitor Center in September, and the Public Library in October. The exhibition was guided over 100 times. In conjunction with the guided exhibition, we have developed storytelling workshops where participants over 2-3 hours craft and share stories from the transition years. The workshops have been highly appreciated and have been carried out with a wide range of stakeholders. Following requests to display the exhibition in other venues, a mobile version was developed in the summer of 2019, housed in a 100-year-old trunk that has retained its original appearance. The trunk has been in several Swedish cities, but it stopped touring when the pandemic started. But it's on track now again. We also have a free digital audio guide, and you can visit the museum through that app. No need to be on site. In the last year, we have been working hard together with Sweden's largest NGO to translate Carbon Ruins to material to be used in schools, so that teenagers and kids can make their own carbon ruins and craft their stories from the transition. Ludwig and Roger, who will be in the virtual spaces during this conference, and Graeme can tell you much more about this. Carbon Ruins, there is an overarching frame narrative which tells you that we did indeed manage to meet the Paris Agreement and limit global warming to 1.5 degrees. But Carbon Ruins is not told as a single story. In that sense, its features most resemble what Woolf calls imaginary walls. The imaginary wall of Carbon Ruins can be staged in different ways, and the format is flexible. It can look like a real exhibition, either physical or digital. It can provide the starting point for teenagers or organizations to craft stories from the transition years. It can be staged as a performance, for example, as a public acquisition of objects, or as today, as a dialogue ahead of the opening. At its heart, whatever the format, Carbon Ruins invites the participant to actively immerse themselves into that world and become part of it. I'm pretty sure that there are more formats to explore and more stories to develop. You should all feel free to go ahead with that. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Johannes. Thank you for joining us. Yes, as a closing note, not to gainsay or even attempt to cap any of what Johannes has said, and speaking now in the present, I would point out that our performance today has a somewhat bleaker tone, actually, than previous Carbon Ruins events. We wanted to take the opportunity with this novel format that you've put together here at Munich 2051 to kind of go behind the scenes of going behind the scenes, if you like, of what has become a sort of shared cinematic universe or imagined world, as Johannes explained. And that meant we could look at the future that we've been building from a different angle. Some have called Carbon Ruins a utopian project in general, and I at least would not flinch from that description. Indeed, I would even argue that today's performance, even with its much darker tone, is also and nonetheless a utopian performance. Utopia takes many forms, and while some of those are about perfection in incredibly problematic ways sometimes, this one is not among them. Utopian praxis, the political doing of utopia, if you like, is at its heart about imagining a better world than the one we currently inhabit. And while the world of Carbon Ruins is not perfect by any means, it is still better, albeit perhaps only for some people in some places. And imagining such unevenly distributed and various futures does the same work as good science fiction, which, despite it seemingly being set in the future, is always in truth a form of thinking about the present in all its subjective plurality. The utopia of utopian praxis is therefore in one sense the better but imperfect future that is imagined. It is the thing that you make. But and so in this case, the world or worlds of 2051, as we've been building today here in Munich. But there is also a theoretical argument, which is too complex for me to rehearse in full detail today, that the utopia of utopian praxis is also the moment in the present in which the imagining takes place. Therefore, our performance today, much like this conference more broadly, is not just about imagining utopias of the future, but also about being a utopia in the present. In the current global context, pandemics, authoritarianism, conflict, freak weather, all the rest, it may not feel utopian in the more common sense of the term, but that we can and that we do come together to think about our possible futures is the seed from which those possible futures might sprout and grow. Thank you for letting us plant one such seed today.
So thank you so much altogether. We were in year 2051 and now we're back in 2021. 30 years between 7 minutes. It's been going on a lot. What I would like to go back first to the video we saw at the beginning. This video is from Nico. Hello Nico, are you there? Please say.
Yeah, hi.
Hi, nice to see you, nice to hear you. Okay, so Nico, I would like to stay with the mythology, how you worked. You wrote this interaction with a Siri in an Agony Aunt letter form. Would you tell us at the beginning what is actually this kind of letter? I think not everybody might know how such a letter works.
The idea is really simple and is pretty popular in all parts of the world. Here in the UK, it's defined as an agony aunt letter, but really it's anybody who writes to usually the local magazine or any sort of news agency and writes in with some sort of complaint or comment that they would like to put forward. And often you would get the reply from the agony aunt. And so traditionally, you know, these have been all from political matters to more emotional, you know, relationship struggles. And the agony aunt becomes this figure that is sort of helps the community with their daily struggles. So the idea for me was just how to really set this future in the everyday and to think of how, you know, what the person in 2051 has to complain about. But obviously with a lot of that background to try to build a story around what that person is actually doing in their everyday.
Okay, thank you. I think in year 2051, as we hear, they have a lot to complain, and we'll go back to that again. And I would like to continue with my guest here in the studio. You chose this kind of performance. I have never seen a Lego in this way before. It was very amazing sitting here and see a thing that I see actually every day, but in a whole different way. How it comes that you come to the idea of like, creating a museum? How did it came to this idea? Can you tell us a little background?
Yeah, I mean, fairly, I think it's Johannes that should answer that question, but I can take it as it's maybe technically easier. But it was really the same idea as Nicolas had with making the future more sort of related to everyday practice. So we really wanted these objects that, as you say, you know them, you've encountered them, you have them in your homes, and to make them strange, to make you sort of question, what is this object really? And we also thought that, you know, having this perspective from the future, to put them in a museum sort of automatically does that, because when you go to a museum, it's an artifact which is not there any longer. but it used to be part of everyday practice. So that's sort of a long story short for how we came to that conclusion.
And did I get it right that this museum actually exists? I think it used to exist. I didn't get it right. Would you correct me, please?
Yeah, so it actually existed in 2019, and as Johannes said, it toured around Lund. It now exists in various formats, and it very much exists as a concept. And we also have a portable sort of exhibition in an old trunk. But the original exhibition that we produced has been dismantled. It's also now taken new forms in the school material that Johannes also mentioned. And we have a new project coming up in close to Västerås in Sweden, where we will produce a local version together with artists and people from that community.
Yeah, that sounds great. Thank you. And going back to Nico, your letter, I read the letter and I had tears in my eyes. It really touched me. And I think I'm not the only one. But how comes that you come to the conclusion that in year 2051 we're going to have such a life? It's not really the most optimistic letter I've ever read. Would you tell us and how, you estimate that you're going to live in this way, actually?
Yeah, well, first of all, there's two letters. So today was the sort of beyond 2 degrees scenario. So I really had to think about how I thought that world would be if it followed a sort of business as usual scenario. And for me, the clear trend is towards isolation and separation and just dividing us from our food, as I said, and from each other. And so I really just took that a bit to the extreme, thinking about how, a house that used to be full of people and full of conversations and laughter can sort of become slowly through that capitalist process of isolation a pretty dire and bleak place of loneliness that is also where everyday life is basically replaced by a virtual reality experience that allows you to not have to worry about the outside, basically. And I thought that was, really, really helpful to just think about how this thing that I kept writing about. I'm so tired, I'm so tired. And I think I was just trying to speak to that sort of burnout from activism and from young people today that you see, we keep fighting against these impossible odds, and what happens when actually our voices end up just clamoring in the dark and not reaching anyone. And so, it is that pessimistic view of what happens after the rebellious 20s end up in actually no change.
Okay, thank you so much. Johannes, I would like to come to you. I haven't asked you any questions, and this is the right time to ask you a question. As I was preparing for this session, I asked myself, as I heard about the museum, and as I heard your colleagues here talking, they're talking about that the benefits. I think it's a little more optimism comparing to the letters from Nico. We are actually getting there in Sweden. We are going to the. Actually, wait a moment. I think I have to breathe a little bit. Okay. So, I think in your vision, we actually get there and had this 1.5 degree target. We achieved that, but not everywhere in the world. Do you think that we have to redefine words like responsibility or success?
Thanks for the question. So when we developed Carbon Ruins, we deliberately talked about a world that had made it. So it was a very utopian perspective. And did was a bit to push the boundaries of what the Carbon Ruins exhibition could be about, setting it in a much more than unjust world or differentiated world. Originally, it was much more smooth sense. We didn't speak that much originally. We just said that, yeah, we made it, and this is how we done it, and then look back on how it happened. So so this experience was then very interesting also for me to see how one could take what has been the context and push it a little bit and ask, what would it mean to open a museum in a world which is much more differentiated, with different nations moving on in a different pace and with much more probably than suffering in different places? What is there to celebrate, as Paul ended? So yeah, I still will have to reflect on what this means for Carbon Ruins ahead of us. I think it was a wonderful performance that they did, rethinking a bit what the concept has been about.
Yes, of course. Feel free.
Yeah, so I just want to follow up on that, and I think actually our two different performances today fit very nicely together. I would consider Nicolas' contribution as something which could be part of Carbon Ruins. It could be something that we actually showed at the exhibition if we wanted this particular setting where there was uneven development and not the whole world made it. So, but it's...
Sorry, do you mind? Thank you for... Because I thought when Johannes was talking about the, taking the objects and making the science fiction out of it. And I love how well it fit into, the idea I was having of, you're cleaning up your room and you're finding these objects that take you back to another time. But yeah, the stories that you were able to tell through these objects, I thought, so I'd be really happy to collaborate.
and if I might just follow that point, I think there's, I sometimes make this argument in the context of our work. It's easier to make in certain contexts than others because certain parts of academia are a little funny about things, but there's, I have long argued that what we are doing with Carbon Ruins is science fiction. It's not science fiction in the same way that a book or a film is science fiction, but that the taking of the everyday and the making it strange is always the rhetorical move which has been at the heart of science fiction, right from the start, right from stories such as, there's a very famous old story, nearly 100 years old now, called E.M. Forster. It's called The Machine Stops, which really reminds me actually of Nico's piece. It's very similar. It's a story written 100 years ago about people isolated in cells and only getting interaction through virtual means. So we return to these stories not because, to some extent, not because we haven't solved the problems of our age, but because new problems emerge out of the fact that we are human in an imperfect world, and science fiction has always been a way of exploring that. Obviously you have your Star Wars and your Marvel Cinematic Universe stuff, which is all very sort of high drama and fancy technology and things exploding and people in weird costumes, and that's great. It's fantastic entertainment. No argument against that. But for talking about an issue like climate change, you need to go to that everyday perspective. And this kind of connects actually with what Markus, what was his name? The chap who was talking earlier today, Markus Kink. So he was kind of talking about this in an earlier session, the sense that we are bombarded with images, and images without words or with only minimal words attached to them are primarily emotional. They are not, to use a very technical term, they're not propositional. They do not propose something which can be replied to. An image cannot be replied to in the same way that a story can be replied to. Because a story can be replied to with another story, or it can be replied to with telling the same story in a different way, or it can be replied to by telling the same story from the perspective of a different character, or setting it in a different place, or setting it in a different time. And again, these are all strategies that science fiction has used for a long time, but mostly confined to the pages of a book. We're incredibly fortunate to be surrounded by the equipment we are today, which allows us to do that same thing, but in a completely different medium. And it's exciting, and it's a learning experience as well, because this is an experiment for us as much as for everyone else, right? I'm pretty sure we have not done this as perfectly as we might, but I hope we have done it in a way, as Johannes suggested, that people see and think, oh, I can do something like that. Because all art, all story responds to the art and stories that have gone before. And that's how we still have a connection to our deep past. And that's also how we can have a connection to our, hopefully, deep future.
Wow, thank you for connecting all these points together. And as you said, I think when art and science meets each other, it touches and brings people into action. And as I was reading on the website of the museum, I read how it's going to, how is everything going to work, or how everything worked in the past, in the last 30 years, viewing everything from 2051 or 53. Is it actually the way you're telling this story a call for action? Can we understand it in this way? So I think there was, for example, written that there came a very big movement. Is it a call actually to the politics or the civil people out there?
I mean, I think it can be interpreted that way. In a way, what we wanted to do is really to create the infrastructure for people to write themselves into the transition. So, I mean, we've been speaking at this conference about, failed images, for example, to refer back to the same talk that Paul mentioned, and how it didn't amount to enough action. Well, we wanted to play with this thing. What is it then that really engaged people? And of course, it might not even be enough to recognize the situation as familiar, but actually to be able to place yourself into that future, you also have to think about who you are, who you will be, and what you can do to act. So that's also the reason why we created these workshops, to invite people to not only visit the exhibition, but also to think of what stories could we tell, what objects could we bring. And by bringing people together in groups, they actually had to think about not only what I, as a single individual, could do, but what we, as groups, could do. So in that sense, it's a call for action, yes.
Yeah, but I do think of this work as radical, but when you describe climate-related work as radical, people think of protests in the streets, or laying down in front of tree felling equipment or whatever, and that's I'm not going to say whether that's necessary or not. It's not my job to say that. What we're trying to do is something differently radical, and it goes back to that utopian thing I was talking about earlier. Anyone who does speak publicly about the climate, whether just in the context of their own family or within the world of business or within the world of academia, will eventually encounter someone who will say, "Oh, but this is just too much. That will never happen." And the more you encounter that, the more you realise that the one thing that has really been denied to almost everyone, apart from the decision makers in government and commerce, is the very right to imagine a different future. There's the famous phrase that Mark Fisher made famous: "There is no alternative." Right? Capitalist realism, if you want to label it that. what this work does is, it's not a case of saying, okay, there is an alternative, here is the alternative, you can have this instead. What we're saying is, this is our alternative, but you can make one too. And you can make one, and everyone can make an alternative. And we're not going to agree, and those alternatives are going to contradict, and there's going to be disagreements between them, and we're going to have to come together and talk it out. Because not all of them will be possible, that's very true. But that permission that has been very subtly and carefully taken away from us, that constant reminder, it's no, you don't get to imagine the future differently. We've decided what the future looks like. That our radical act is to push against that and say, no, you can imagine the future differently. And we're not always going to get it right, and it's not always going to be plausible. But to give ordinary people the right to dream is the point of our work, I think.
But I also want to come back to the setting of today, which is a world beyond 2 degrees. And I think that not only do people need to actually own their own images or stories of a better world, maybe they also need to own their own stories of a catastrophic future. Because we have all these images of how climate change will destroy the world and so on. But maybe we also need the space to grieve and to think of what we will lose and our personal sort of losses in this context.
And also what we might gain. I suppose there, in a way, I will contradict my earlier point, where there are 2 possible futures we're offered, which is, climate catastrophe, or the one where we fix everything by, green technology, which is a closed box that we don't get to see inside. There will unavoidably be changes in the world around us and our lives as a result of the climate change that we're already going to get, which will not be nice, which we will not like. But there are changes we can make, whether with technology or without it, with just changing our attitudes, changing our choices, changing the things we choose to value. There are things that we could make so much better. The portrayal of the need to change to deal with climate change as always a giving up of things. It's like, well, maybe some of the things we have to give up, we might be glad to give up. Ask someone who commutes 2 hours each way to their job. It's like, well, wouldn't you rather have, what if you had a job where you didn't have to spend 4 hours a day in a car? Wouldn't that be a good thing to give up? So sacrifice, can be, sometimes we have to sacrifice things we care about, but sometimes we sacrifice things that we think are important, but once we've lost them, we realize they leave more space for other things. And that sense that between the 2 far extremes, if you like, of disastrous apocalypse and shiny Tesla-powered Elon Musk future, is a world where we make choices about the things we do every day that actually make our lives more enjoyable to live.
Thank you for a statement. We had different images from the future, and your picture actually goes together. They're different, but goes together, as we mentioned before. But Nico, to be honest, is this picture that you draw for us actually the picture, the way you really personally think that is going to be in 30 years?
I think the most important thing to keep stressing is that there's going to be a million iterations of futures, depending on the person and on the place and the situation, So I think that's why I always like to stress the local aspect of it. And I'm actually very curious to hear about how the Carbon Ruins Museum is sort of adapts to when it goes to a new city, how it approaches that local community and makes changes to that. Because for me, ultimately, I do not believe my letter will become a reality, or I at least strongly hope so. It was more of just an exercise of thinking where it could go if we just keep on the way that we're on, basically. but I do, as the stressing again that diversity of voices and knowing that there's not going to be that singular future that is the same for everyone. And so it's just interesting. And I think from that session before about the images, he was saying, how those sort of global symbols like the polar bear were being, engaged with less than a local positive climate story, and local positive climate action. So that's, why the piece as well, it was really important for me that it was really located and that it, there's the names of the neighborhoods and of the people, and because it's not, and I think that's important when talking about utopias as well, that it never feels like you're crushing down any other voices, but that you're simply generating your story and your vision, but that it's always fluid, it's always permeable, and it will always allow for other voices. So yeah, I do not. I really do not think that's where we're going. And for whoever wants to catch up with the second letter tomorrow, which is where I would definitely like to see it go, you can always come to that session. But yeah, if I could ask the others about that approach to those different communities and how, when you arrive in a new city, what's your consideration and how do you try to make it as engaging as possible?
Yeah, that's a great question, and we haven't actually done that yet, so we don't have much experience from it. But what we've done now is that we're working with a local library, and they already have lots of they have stuff going on where local groups in that community are already engaged. So they already have a project there, which is collecting stories from the inhabitants, which the inhabitants themselves initiated. So we will sort of just ask them if we can join that project and introduce ourselves. So the approach will be that we will ask for permission to join them on their terms, but explain what we are trying to do. And then we will see how they transform carbon ruins. That's the idea.
Okay, thank you for the answer. And let's go back to Johannes. Johannes, what do you think is the picture that Nico drew for us? Is it going to be the way you also realize the reality in 2051, or are you a little bit positive personally? How is your life to look in some years, in 8 years?
I'm not a scenario maker, really. My own optimism or pessimism on how the future will look has gone up and down. But as a political scientist, I'm more interested in what those different envisionings of the future, what that does to the kinds of decision making today, what they allow us to do, the kinds of discourses. In that sense, I'm not interested in the future as such, but what it does for today. Maybe it's that same science fiction idea that we are interested in the contemporary, and I'm a political scientist. I'm interested in the kinds of political spaces that we can create, the ones that are open and the ones that are closed and taken out of debate. So yeah, I'll probably continue to work on whatever futures that are envisioned by the scientific community or by economists or by governments, and then trying to understand what they mean for communities, decision-making, democracies, and people today.
Okay, thank you. And to the audience, you're very welcome to ask questions. I'm looking for questions. Is there right now some questions in the audience? Okay, I don't see any questions yet. But feel free to ask any questions. You have different options on YouTube, on Twitter. You can ask us, and anytime, if you're sitting here and watching us live, you can also have a micro and ask us questions. Yeah, I would like Alexandra to go back to you, and I had a question, and it would be like, do you see yourself as a climate activist?
Well, that's, I mean, the short answer would be yes and no. I think that in a sense, just by creating these different spaces for imagination is a form of climate activism. So in that sense, yes. I mean, but if you consider sort of traditional activism on the streets, that's not really what we're doing, although I did that in the past. So in a sense, yeah, I guess I am.
And how about you, Paul?
I would have to say no, because I know enough people who are proper climate activists. I mean, I kind of came of age in the early 90s, and in the UK there was a movement then protesting the building of a large road bypass, not far from where I lived. And I was at that age, sort of 14, 15, where you're just starting to really engage with the way the world works, and you're also just starting to get, a lot of things work in ways that you can't understand, and the only explanation anyone will give you, especially your parents, is that's just how it works. And when you're that age, you're like, well, if it works like that, then it's bullshit. And so I was very inspired by that, but for various reasons, one of them being my cowardice, I think it's fair to say. I've always been a person who was massively engaged first and foremost with spending time with books. I never really took part to a great extent. I went on some marches and some other activities like that. But compared to having known people who have, people who were in those road protests in the 90s, which involved like building tree houses and staying in them until the tree was cut down underneath you, or digging tunnels and running the risk of having them collapsed by bulldozers. People who have actually put their lives on the line. I have never done that, so I think it would be a discredit to those who have to describe myself as an activist in that sense. But I think I would say I am a climate imaginer, and that is a different thing. It's not better, it's not worse. I think both are necessary, and I think possibly, I think we all find our way to work in a world that we're unsatisfied with, and that's kind of the thing. I think we all have to find. Because none of us can, no one can change the world, right? It's too big, but we can all change a corner of it. We just have to find the corner of it that is the right size and shape for us to be able to push. And I'm very lucky to have found work where I can use my love of telling stories to tell stories that might help other people be activists, or not. I think there's as much value in someone rethinking how their life works and deciding to get rid of their car and not replace it. I think, in some ways that's just as valuable as someone who goes out and protests the cutting down of trees. It's not, and you can't quantify that. You can't sort of say, oh, well, the person cutting down the tree saved this amount of carbon from being burnt, or this is the problem. If we try and count and quantify these things, we lose track of the fact it's not a competition. We're being once again forced to think in the way that market economics insists we think about everything, and it's we can't you can't escape a trap by doing the thing that got you into the trap in the first place. And I think for me, and I think this is true of activism as well. What activists do and what we do and what many other people do in different ways in showing people there is an alternative to sitting back and counting and sort of saying, oh, well, I've saved this much money, I've saved this much carbon, I've saved these many lives, or whatever it is. It's not about, we have to get out of the sense of it being a competition. the left in general is notorious historically for far longer than any of us have been alive for falling into infighting. And that's often where it comes from. It's sort of like, well, you haven't done enough. Well, you did the wrong thing. You know, it's like if we spent less time worrying about what everyone else was doing and instead thinking about what we were doing, I think, you know, that for me, at any rate, is, I don't know if that's activism. It's not for me to say, but that's what I'm trying to do.
Wow, very complicated, but also a very, we can't compare everything to each other, sure. And what about you, Johannes? Are you a climate activist? Would you describe yourself?
I would probably frame the question, to what extent am I part of a social movement that is trying to do something regarding climate? And then, according to most conceptualization of what a social movement consists of, being networks and collective purpose and together under some kind of ideal, I'm part of the movement. But in the movement, and I think this was what Paul was trying to say, we are not all doing the same kind of things, but we are part of the movement. So I think that's the most important thing, that we are part of the climate change movement. We're doing different things. We're doing things in our particular places, communities, be that the university or the street or the city where you live. So the question is not rest of the movement and not whether you are on the activist side of that.
I think the climate conference is also a good example. People are doing a lot of different things and yes, helping with science fiction to save the climate. Why not? And what about you, Nico? What is your relationship to this label? Do you see yourself as a climate activist?
I thought Paul was spot on as well. You know, it's really hard to. We don't really even want to create that that sort of ladder of who's more of an activist than others. But I think in the last few years, it's really dawned upon me what it means for people who are waking up every day in that absolute urgency of trying to make the government listen, for example. So I've got a few friends involved in the Insulate Britain campaign at the moment, and you know they've been quite controversial, blocking an entire motorway, demanding of the government to get a real plan for insulating all the state-owned housing in the UK, which would contribute massively to the reduction of emissions. But obviously, you're affecting, you know, ordinary people while doing that. And you know, I went to a friend's house the other day, and he had a police tag on his ankle from being arrested a few too many times on these protests. And it makes you, you know, in a way, it gets you weirdly excited because, you know, as a politics student, you're thinking, you know, all the civil rights movement. I remember reading about how important it was for them to sort of make being arrested sort of a cool thing that would give you social capital, and you know, you would be sort of celebrated by the other people in the movement. And you know, I'm not sure where we are in that stage, and ideally, really, nobody would have to be getting arrested. But I'm just trying to sort of contribute to that conversation by saying that also, you know, not everybody wants to be in that fight in that way, and so for sure there has to be, you know, there are so many different ways to get involved. And I think this work specifically of creating these stories and creating these these imaginations, these science fictions that for me to imagine what the worst could be and then what I would actually like to see already helps me to as Paul was saying as well, you know, the utopia is an everyday thing. It's about enacting it constantly, and even by thinking it, even by writing it and sharing it, you are enacting it, as we are in this conference today. And in that sense, it's activism. But perhaps the problem initially is that there shouldn't be that sort of to differentiate activists from non-activists, in the sense that, I don't know, you try to practice the ethics of care every day, you know, try to spread that as much as possible. And that's you know, do what you can.
I really appreciate your work for the climate. Thank you so much for me personally. And I think I had many questions, but we're coming to the end. Once again, I'm looking for a question from the audience. Okay, doesn't look like.
There seems to be one on the Zoom chat.
In the Zoom chat. I don't have an access to that. Okay.
If you can see it, Nico, can you read out the question? That might
Would
be.
you please read the question for us? Okay. A third laptop. Okay, so the question goes to Paul, and it's: have you had any experiences with visitors to the museum who see the object feature differently?
Thank you for asking me that question, but I've never actually guided the museum visits. I've been involved in some of the other versions of the museum, but when it comes to actually guiding the original museum, that's an Alexandra question.
Yes, but sorry, I didn't really hear the question.
The question was, have you had any experiences with visitors to the museum who see the objects and future differently?
Oh yes, I mean, we've had a lot of people contesting the very stories that we've been telling, and we've also invited people to contribute with their own memories and ideas of what these objects actually were or meant. So we usually, when we presented the steel bottle, we would say, does anyone recognize this, or did you use it in the past? And then they also transformed the guiding completely. So we've had people who, they also said we got it wrong, or that, I mean, we also had people who couldn't really play along because they were really offended by the objects that we had there. So, for example, we had a frequent flyer card, which was there to criticize the mere act of how we encourage flying and traveling, and some people simply got offended that we chose such an object, which was really interesting experience and how to handle that in that context. So
that sounds like a challenge. Okay, I think that's questions answered. Okay, no, I think there are not any question on the Twitter. Okay, so is there something left that you want to say that isn't mentioned today, or do you have a last statement? It goes also for you, Johannes and Nico.
I think, mostly thank you to the Munich 2051 team for letting us do this. When I saw the call for papers, I emailed my colleagues and said, we have to do this, right? This is just, this fits so well with what we've been doing. It's really exciting to see I mean, yeah, kind of going back to that question of, what are you doing to make a difference? Yeah, so you go off and you try and do a thing and you work on it and you've got your own ideas, and all of a sudden and this is the exciting thing about it, is all of a sudden you bump into other people who are doing a thing that's a bit like it, and you're like, oh wow, great, we can make our thing link up with that. And that, it's when you connect things together, the connections multiply and things become more powerful and more communicative. And to be given this opportunity to show what we've been doing to you guys and to learn from what you've been doing as well has been super. And we're really grateful to be here, or at least I certainly am.
We thank you too. And Alexandra, or Johannes, or Nico?
Let me just echo what Paul said. It's been great to be part of this experience and looking forward to tomorrow as well. Thanks for all your hard work and making this this function. It's an interesting experience in specialities and temporalities going on over these 2 days.
Thank you too. Nico, one last statement, or are we ready for them?
Yeah, no, just to say as well, thank you so much, and it's so exciting as well to be in a conference where it's being run from a place that has its own story. I'm really mad to not be in the Bellevue de Monaco right now, and it sounds like such a nice project, and it's really nice to have been a part of it. For this weekend. So yeah, thank you. And thank you to the other panelists. That was really nice.
I have to thank you. And feel free to visit us anytime in Munich. So we are in the center, in the heart of the Munich. So next time you're here, make sure you visit us. I also thank you all, my guests in the studio, and you two and Brussels, and Johannes. You are from Sweden, I think. Yes. Very international here. Thank you all, and I wish you a very nice evening.
voices in the background. I will just go on. It is an impossible task to give a comprehensive summary. And what I had to think of is that there are many memories, and that in 2051, when they look back at our time, they will have many memories as well. And we can only wonder. They will have, like we have, only the now. We have only this moment to think back. And they will have 2051, this moment in time, to look back. What will they know of the now? What will they know in the now? Will they have, in 2051, a museum of carbon ruins? Will they have Earth operations management, a new discipline? Will they have a winning image that changed the discourse on climate change, or only failing images? What narrative will they have? What narrative will they have in 2051 of what happened now and here? Or let me change and switch into character. What will we have now in the year 2051? What do we have of the past? I know one thing we will have, probably, is an archive of what happened today and at this conference, because that is the vision of the organizers, to create this as an archive, right? So they will have our reflections, and maybe they will wonder and begin to think, as I think and as I experienced, we did it today. This day is not over. This day is not over. We continue in the evening with a keynote address by Adenike Oladosu, who joins us via video. Welcome, Adenike. And before I give you the floor for your address, I will briefly say a few words about you. Adenike Oladosu calls herself an ecofeminist, and she is passionate about youth involvement in climate action through climate education, as well as the importance of women's rights, which she links to environmental rights. Ecofeminism is the term, I guess, that captures this. Born in Nigeria, Adenike Oladosu earned a first-class degree in agricultural economics, and she is an ambassador for Earth Uprising and African Youth Climate Hub, an initiative of the Mohammed VI Foundation for Environmental Protection. She's also the head of the I Lead Climate Movement for Peace, Security and Equality in Africa, particularly in the Lake Chad region. We'll hear more about that region later. As part of the Fridays for Future movement in Nigeria, she shared in the 2019 Ambassador of Conscience Award by Amnesty International to Greta Thunberg and the Fridays for Future's movement in recognition of the youth fight for climate justice. Adenike, we are very, very excited to have you here tonight. And without further ado, you have the floor.
Thank you so much for that introduction. I'm truly grateful to be here to speak about what it will look like in 2051. I want to really appreciate the leadership for organizing this conference to see how we can all imagine our world in 3 decades to come. So this is how I'm going to start. There are 2 schools of thoughts. And one believes that migration in itself should be an adaptation strategy, while the second believes that adaptation is failing, that the adaptation is a failure to adapt. Migration is a failure to adapt. And the latter has it because migration is failing. We are seeing it as through the clashes between the farmers and the herdsmen. And this are what the climate change crisis poses to us because it's overwhelming our infrastructure. And this is the current happening now, that we can no longer adapt to the climate change crisis. And our democracy is at stake now. And probably the lake chart might have shrunk, and it might have dried out. These are the kind of crises that we are faced with currently, because the mega chart lake have shrunk. Sahara, that was once the Green Sahara, is now known as the world's largest and hottest desert. This is a crisis for us to bear. And as time passes by, it becomes nearly impossible for us to take the necessary action, since we can't take it now. And now it will cost us more time to deal with the issue of climate change, because these decades of inaction surpass the decade of action. And also, policies that we did not take into account some decades ago cannot suit the present situation. So more irreversible actions have occurred because we did not act the way we should. And that is what has brought us to what we have today. That it is becoming unbearable for the world citizen, because climate change is making our habitat, or our earth or planet, inhabitable for the population. First, our agriculture. The agricultural sector is suffering a setback because we are unable to adapt to the current crisis. We have millions or billions of population to feed, but there are no capacity. People are dying of hunger. People are dying of poverty. More people are in dire need of humanitarian assistance. And that is why we have called that let there be greening of humanitarian aid, so that there can be food on the table of people, and their livelihood will be sustainable enough for them not to require more aid in dealing with this crisis. And also talking about our infrastructures, that they can no longer take the impact of climate change, because that is what we are seeing currently that is happening. Our democracy now is at stake, because if we can no longer have human rights to be right, because our environment is deteriorating every day. And at the same time, it's affecting human rights. We don't have safe drinking water, and it takes days for us to dig a well for us to get the needed amount of water we need. And now our taps can no longer bear water for us. At the same time, we cannot isolate nor quarantine from the impact of climate change. Climate change is now a pandemic that we cannot get a vaccine for. And that is the most dangerous part of it, that we can't get vaccine for climate change crisis. I remembered how we deal with the COVID-19, that everyone everywhere could afford vaccine for free, and the government trying to make sure that everyone has a vaccine. The same thing we could have done to climate change to ensure that everyone is able to take action. I haven't seen where a voluntary action could make an action to be completed. And that is why we can still do something now, but it might be too late. And that is why we have been saying, the youth of yesterday are the adults of today. And that is why I said that we have to take necessary action now. That we are responsible for not just the future, but also the present, because the present action will determine where we are going to. We have had several decades of inaction. Lake Chad has shrunk. What do we talk about the millions of livelihoods that depends on it on a daily basis? What will happen to our rivers now? Many people need water on a daily basis, which is becoming a scarce commodity. And now climate change impact is now posing a reality that we are seeing. And we could not deal with the climate change crisis as it should. We are now dealing with the multiplying effects. Now it is posing peace and insecurity issue, and now it has become a big migration issue. that everyone could not stay in his or her country due to displacement. We are now being faced with exodus of people leaving their country. Migration is never a choice. Neither being a refugee, it's a choice. It is due to the impact of climate change. And I'm afraid that in this present situation, many more people will have to migrate, because currently more than half of the world's population resides in countries that are faced with the greatest impact of climate change crisis. Now we all have the responsibility to take the necessary action, or it becomes too late for us to act. And that is why I've been saying that every leader should be committed to what his or her leadership can give. We should stop talking about 2030 when we are not yet there. Now we can make the necessary decision at this time to talk about what each leadership can give in solving the climate change crisis. Enough of leaders postponing climate into the future, because this is the most difficult and dangerous things to do, to postpone climate change into the future, or climate action into the future, rather. And this is now that we need many more people to join the impact of climate change, climate justice, for us to come together to decide, reimagine the present and the future together. Because I come from a country whereby we are faced with the biggest impact of climate change crisis. And today it still continues. Women and girls are still bearing the burden of the climate change crisis. We want activism to work, but it must do with us being the change we want the world to be. Everyone have to take action, individually, collectively, in group, and different kinds, coming together, taking the necessary action, because I don't see where we can build climate resilience and we keep emitting and we keep the emission increasing. It's not possible. It won't work. So in as much as we want to build climate change capacity or adaptation or mitigate climate change, then we must keep the coal or the fossil fuel in the ground. And we must start now by thinking or rethinking renewable sources of energy that is affordable for all, making it to be subsidized for everybody in each community to be able to afford it. We are all responsible for a livable planet. No matter where you are from, no matter the action that we are taking, all what we are concerned is where we are going to or what we want to achieve. I am also from a region, I had my undergraduate studies in a region that is prone to the clashes between the farmers and herdsmen due to control of resources that are limited. And I am afraid that in this present time, it's becoming worse as climate change is affecting our diversity. And I'm afraid that it might lead to ethno-religious war, because that is what the current situation is indicating. So we must act now and act fast, because anything we do not take into account right now, we can't take such into account in the nearest decades. So we are all responsible to take the necessary action and to keep reminding our leaders to take action, because the youth of today, we will become the adults, which we are. And that is why we have to act now. And we are saying that the iceberg is melting. And these are irreversible actions. We are losing our landscape, vegetative landscape, every day due to the impact of climate change crisis. At the same time, we are losing our water bodies. It's shrinking, and the average temperature in Africa is rising unbearably. And in this time, it's becoming unbearable the more, because we are now seeing more heat waves, cyclone, wildfires happening around the globe, record-breaking temperature, record-breaking reports that we have not seen in a decade ago. This is the only single greatest impact that can affect human existence. Our biodiversity is now at stake. We are losing them every day. And this shows that humanity is in an age of extinction too, if we don't act right now. So every action we take today, we should know that it counts towards making our planet a livable planet. And I'm afraid that our democracy that we so much cherish might also be broken by the climate change crisis, because democracy should be redefined as a government for the people and the environment, by the people and the environment, and of the people and the environment. And this way, climate change will not affect our human rights, and human rights and humans will not also intrude into the landscape of our environment, and thereby we will have a balanced ecosystem for all. Because right now, our ecosystem has been distorted. A lot is happening, a lot of crisis. And the IPCC report is also giving us the warning on every report that they have released for us to take action. The science is not failing, but we are not listening to the science yet. Until we listen to the science, then we know that we are going to be safe from the impact of climate change crisis, because there is no vaccine that we can use to heal or to recover from the impact of climate change. And that is why we are saying that this COVID-19, for us not to recover greener, then it is not normal. It is not normal when we have to leave our country to someone else's country, or when we have to cross difficult terrain, or when we have to be trafficked. And this is the situation that more people will be trafficked, or there will be human trafficking of persons to the next country in search for livelihoods. And in our sectors today, it's more vulnerable to climate change crisis. Every sector that makes up our economy has become vulnerable to climate change crisis. It's now climate sensitive: agriculture, housing, building, and every other things. And that is why people's livelihoods are in danger today due to the impact of climate change. And in Africa, we are agrarian society that we depend on agriculture for our livelihoods, for employment. You can now imagine the number of people it have displaced from their livelihoods, giving armed group of people to expand their reach. And I am afraid that I might lose my home country if care is not taken due to the impact of climate change, posing insecurity and making people to be recruited into harm group because they have lost their livelihoods, lost what they have to do in order for them to be sustainable. And this is why we have to act now and act fast. 2051, in this time, we have to reimagine our society. We have to think faster than we do, and we have to increase or multiply our action, because those actions that we did not take, we have to find ways of taking them right now in order for it to suit this prevalent situation in dealing with the impact of climate change. Because if we don't do, climate change might erase many nations in this world as it is happening right now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Adenike, if I may, Adenike, for this fervent call to action, for this call to action that you formulate and formulate with the perspective of 2051, right? With this perspective of these years to come. And we do have time, if you have time, we would have time for a couple of questions and answers. Would you be available for that right now? Yes, very good. Very good. That's very good to know. And I want to invite everyone in the audience in Munich or in digital rooms all over the world to formulate questions if they have any questions or comments. And while you do so, I will start off by asking about one thing you said, namely about the importance of leadership. You spoke or mentioned the importance of leadership and mentioned that it needs to happen on all levels, individual, collective, national, international. But I wanted to ask you, do you have anyone in particular in mind right now who is particularly important, for whom it is particularly important to take leadership, to take responsibility? Is there any actor, anyone where you think he or she or they are especially important right now in at this moment?
Okay, thank you so much. Those I have in the mind is the youth. That the climate justice movement have the face of the youth, of which the youth are the adult of tomorrow. And that is what makes me going, because we have more youths joining the movement for climate justice in demanding for our equal rights. Everyone has a specific activism is trying to do, intersectional, women and girls, for renewable sources of energy, for decent job. Everyone has its or her own part that is taking. Because right now, many leaders, or most of them, are not really getting the memo of what the climate change crisis looks like. They are a bit comfortable. And you know, if climate change is not affecting you right now, it will definitely affect your children or your next generation. And that is why we have to act now and act fast, because we have seen it with the Paris Climate Agreement that majority or all of the countries are unable to meet this target. And this is why, it's because it is a voluntary action. And I haven't seen where voluntary action ever make any action completed. Because the COVID-19, everyone are being forced to take a vaccine. Why should climate action be the same thing? When we know that we don't have any other vaccine that will recover greener from this COVID-19. So right now, I don't have anyone that could really say I could point out to that is meeting the targets for climate action, rather than the young people that are always demanding climate action on a daily basis. And some have decided to quit their school to act, to hold our leaders accountable. So these are more sacrifices that the young people of today are trying to make our leaders to act. And I think they are going to win this movement for climate justice if we could see more youth coming on board to do the same thing. But we need more action, or far-reaching action, compared to where we have leaders that have political will to do something, because they have the power, they have the political will to act now and act fast when they could do that. And that is why I'm always not comfortable when I see today's leaders making commitments of towards 2050. It's not really how it should be. Leaders should be committed to their leadership capacity within the year that they can use. That way we'll know how progressive they are able to do, or they are able to go with their leadership.
Thank you. Thank you. And let me challenge you on one point, namely this need to act faster. I want to understand it better, because one could also say right now that sometimes people act way too fast. They think they are doing that and that and that, but it's accelerating, and sometimes I feel not in the right direction. Sometimes I feel there's more a need to say, stop and think first. Wait, not so fast. So I wonder if you could respond to that.
Okay, yeah. Acting faster, it also implies the fact that we need to move in the same rate, or more than the rate at which climate change is happening, because climate change is not taking any break right now. And so if we don't act faster in the right direction, just like you pointed out now, we might be acting faster, but we are not acting to the right direction as it has been. Because right now we are seeing that climate change is being seen as a security threat. And so there are more military action than the climate action itself. So now, instead of we acting for more climate action, we are using military action. That is not the right direction or the right thing to do right now. The right thing to do is for us to make climate action to be accessible for all through giving people sustainable or green livelihoods that could help people to put money in their pockets and food on their table and help them better their family lives. Because military action cannot solve it. It will rather lead to more crisis. And so when we are acting faster, truly, we need to act in the right direction because we have been seeing more military action, and that shouldn't be. So the call to action here is for us to include climate action in greening our society. Because recently, from the global terrorism rank, we are seeing countries that are faced the most by the climate change crisis. We are seeing peacekeeping countries or countries that has peacekeeping mission are also being hit others by the climate change crisis. And that calls for us to include climate action in our peace process, in tackling peace, because peace is not only the absence of war, it is also the ability for us to sustain our livelihoods. The more we lost our livelihoods, the less peaceful a society can be, as in the case in where I am from right now, that the climate change crisis is now a big insecurity crisis that we have to deal with, not by military action, but by climate action. So when we are running faster, we need to run to the right direction because climate change is not taking any break and it is happening faster with the speed of light. So we have to race faster than the climate change crisis, just as the previous decades that talks about that climate change is a race we must win. And truly, it is a race we must win because if we don't win that race, then humanity is at the edge of extinction too. Thank you.
Thank you. I have one last question for you, if I may. And that begins with the idea that a lot of what you said reminds me of something that the climate researcher and activist Saleemul who from Bangladesh, who opened this day, said at the beginning of this day at the keynote speech, and that the one core, maybe the core of his statement was that it's not technologies that will save us, but solidarity. Solidarity is needed, and that is the key task, he said, we are confronted with today. And so I wanted to ask you, where do you see kernels of solidarity today? What gives you hope? What are experiences to build on, basically? What gives you hope, and what are things to build on, experiences to build on today?
Okay, thank you so much. So the experience to build on today is the fact that we don't need more climate agreements or promises. We have more than enough of the we have to work towards that fact of meeting those commitments for us to see that we are able to fight climate change, because the current report from Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change doesn't tally with the current level of commitment. Yet we have more than 100 commitments. If we are able to go through or meet up with those commitments alone, it would have made us to be one step forward in solving the defining issue of our time. So solidarity, yes, after solidarity, we have to also act on the impact of climate change. So different tools that we can bring today to make our world to become a better place. Different innovation, different ideas, different people coming from different places, bringing their ideas, bringing their innovation, financing climate action to see that we are able to meet up to our various commitments, or to build the capacity of people that are impacted, developing and underdeveloping countries. Because in Lagos State, in Nigeria, it is possible that we are going to be submerged with water, because every year it has always been one flood experiences or the other. And at the same time, we are faced with drought, desertification. So different climate processes, events happening at the same time, yet we host the largest refugee in Africa. So it's a very big crisis for us to deal with. So I'm going to talk about the experience that we want more leaders to be committed to their leadership framework. They should stop intruding into other people's leadership framework and stop postponing climate action into the future, because we are all responsible for our action, and we need to hold them into account for any action they have taken. Because if we are not impacted by the climate change crisis today, then our generation will be impacted, because no generation that will not face the impact of climate change crisis. And it will become unbearable for them today, for them to be able to adapt to the current crisis, because as climate change lingers, it's going to become a very big issue for adaptation and for even mitigation. So invariably, my experience will be that we cannot isolate the quarantine from the impact of climate change. So the time to act is now. And we should act fast and in the right direction. That women and girls will no longer bear the burden of climate change crisis, because as an eco-feminist and as part of what our organization, the LA Climate, is trying to do, which is a Pan-African movement, is to try to see how we can use the African lens in solving the climate change crisis, an ecofeminism lens in solving the climate change crisis, and a green democracy in also solving the climate change crisis. Because I have found out that more than half of the world population resides in a democratic country. And climate change can be the single greatest threat to our democracy today if we don't act as it is happening in various countries right now, and right this movement that they are trying to adapt to infrastructure or capacity that are not there. So I'm afraid that it might erase many nations in this decade that we are currently, if we are not being decisive enough with our action, and we keep postponing action and keep signing more agreements that we are yet to take into account, because we keep seeing more agreements, more commitments, but all of those things cannot save the climate change crisis, rather than we getting more action being done than making promises that we can never meet. Thank you.
Thank you, Adenike Oladozo, for your participation this evening, for your keynote address and the answers. I think your message about action came well across, and for us it is time now to move on to the next part, the second part of the evening, to switch gear and year again. We will now look back at the Drying Prayer, a production from 30 years ago, from 2021, a dance project by Tege Ahmed. And this is a production on the transformations in the biosphere around the Lake Chad in terms of flora, fauna, and society. It has been worked out with residents, refugees settled there, military NGOs, and And I think I won't say any more on it right now, but we will watch it. We will watch it and then listen to an interview with the producer that I have been told takes place in 2051. Basically, looking back at the production from then. Good. I think it's time for the video to start.
Lutut kam ni mamsai wa manmad. Lutut kam ni mamsai wa gonmanu. Lutut kam ni mamsai wa kabam. Aye aye aye. Aye 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 aye. Manarong kumbara muka kum kakete manarong kumbara muka kum kakete manarong kumbara.
Je m'appelle Ahmed, je suis chorégraphe et danseur, directeur artistique de l'association d'Amsena. Le lac a été toujours immense et il reste unique en son genre. De par ses ressources et la potentialité, ces points n'ont souvent pas été soulignés dans les discussions de 2021. En effet, le lac a toujours été une force naturelle. Il faut reconnaître aussi que les surpopulations associées à l'activité grandissante de la pêche jouent un rôle beaucoup plus important pour le lac. Cela n'était pas seulement dû au retrait du lac, mais aussi à une militarisation complète de la région, qui empêche la liberté de circulation et donc l'économie. Le village métériné aujourd'hui en 2051, les gens sont obligés de quitter le village et aller plus loin se camper parce qu'ils ont vendu leurs terres à des gens qui ont de l'argent, comme les commerçants, les généraux, les hommes du pouvoir, dont le village a disparu. Ces personnes ont construit des belles résidences autour du lac et le tourisme trouve son compte à proximité de la ville. Finalement, le paysage des campagnes du village a disparu et les activités des pêcheurs se sont déplacées vers l'autre côté de l'endroit en profondeur. Ces pêcheurs aujourd'hui, il y a ceux qui sont déjà, on ne peut pas parler aussi des pêcheurs maliens et autres qu'on a rencontrés, parce que les autres pêcheurs maliens, ghanéens, togolais et autres sont répartis dans leur pays. Mais les pêcheurs tchadiens aujourd'hui, il y en a ceux qui sont morts, c'est les enfants des pêcheurs qui sont déjà, qui connaissent pas, peut-être même pas aussi l'histoire du village métériné. Donc ils se retrouvent dans d'autres situations. Il y a ceux qui continuent la pêche, il y a ceux qui continuent les travaux champêtres, il y a ceux qui travaillent pour ces riches, qui sont employés et qui travaillent pour ces riches. Donc le métier a un peu changé autour du lac. Aujourd'hui, le fait que les gens ont acquis des terres et se sont installés autour du lac a réduit considérablement les conflits et a conduit une autre forme de cohésion, les communautés ont évolué et ont compris en chacune d'elles la valeur humaine. Par exemple, on peut se souvenir du travail des hindous sur l'utilisation des terres de toutes espèces entre les éleveurs et les agriculteurs. Ça a permis de renforcer les cohésions sociales entre les éleveurs et les agriculteurs. Ce travail qui a abouti à la cartographie de l'environnement a permis aussi de comprendre comment utiliser au mieux des ressources et mieux les répartir. À un moment donné, on a commencé à avoir des dialogues entre les peuls, les pêcheurs et les agriculteurs. Les éleveurs font paître leur bétail dans les champs des cultivateurs et cela enrichit le sol. C'est déjà une solution pour la terre affectée par la désertification. Planter les arbres est devenu une culture, une habitude. La muraille verte était enfin réalisée avec le soutien international. La désertification a ralenti grâce à l'intensification de l'élevage et les bourses de bétail qui rendent la terre fertile. Dans la semaine nationale des arbres, tout Tchadien doit avoir un arbre pour planter. Jusqu'au niveau des enfants, à l'école, et il y a des slogans qui sont sortis. Celui qui n'a pas planté un arbre avant de mourir, il a vécu inutilement. Et aujourd'hui, voilà, on est revenu dans le projet similaire à celui des Sénabrés. Le maréchal, quand le maréchal Idriss Déby est mort, il y avait un trouble entre-temps, il y avait des troubles, il y avait un président de transition qui a été élu, qui est son fils directement, dont la politique était très complexe, même dans les administrations, le travail n'avance pas comme il le faut. Donc, il y avait ces troubles qui avaient complètement déséquilibré l'économie tchadienne, dont il y avait des conférences souveraines qui ont été réorganisées, il y avait des coups d'État ratés, donc ça a joué beaucoup, ça a retardé beaucoup les Tchadiens à avancer. Entre-temps, quand son fils ils ont voté le budget à 83% pour les armes, la politique n'a pas vraiment changé avec la suite logique des classes politiques qui se succèdent au plus haut niveau de l'État. Ça se voit qu'il n'y a pas de la volonté politique. Par contre, la lutte du peuple est grandissante. Le peuple devient de plus en plus fort, uni et fait peur au pouvoir en place. Le peuple se prend en charge, ce qui ne se fait pas il y a 30 ans. On peut dire que le moteur du développement reste partout le peuple. Par exemple, il y a 30 ans, la mairie de N'Djamena obligeait les gens à poser des pavés sur l'aire d'aventure. Aujourd'hui, les gens ont décidé de remplacer ces pavés par des fleurs pour créer un microclimat à la ville. Ils ont commencé à fortement recycler les bouteilles en plastique. Aujourd'hui, les maisons ont changé d'architecture. On adapte des architectures plus simples, plus traditionnelles pour le besoin de la climatisation. Tout ça montre combien de fois le peuple se prend en charge sans la présence de l'État. Aujourd'hui, la secte Boko Haram n'a plus de force comme avant, parce que tout autour des lacs, tout a changé. Les riches ont pris des places autour du lac et ils ont mis plein de mesures de sécurité qui empêchent des actions sanglantes. La situation des jeunes hommes s'est améliorée grâce à une économie du Tchad qui est super bien, surtout parlant de l'agriculture, qui n'attend pas la pluie, mais qui utilise des pompes émergentes. Dans ces cas de figure, l'extrémisme violent est vaincu et la secte Boko Haram n'a plus de force d'enrôler des jeunes et des femmes. La population a compris que la politique ne les arrange plus. Elle commence à revendiquer son droit. Avec le regard de l'extérieur, les choses ont changé. Les voix se sont portées pour revendiquer l'autonomie du peuple et donc du pays. Déjà en 2021, on était conscient que le sous-sol du lac Tchad regorge de l'eau en dehors de l'eau de surface. En 2021 aussi, une initiative a mis au point les premiers prototypes de pompes émergentes qui pourrait rendre cette eau accessible à la population uniquement grâce à l'énergie solaire. L'agriculture aujourd'hui autour du lac Tchad ne dépend plus de la pluie. Elle est autonome car elle a l'accès à l'eau qui émerge du lac Tchad. Les conflits autour du lac a été diminué puisqu'il y a beaucoup d'eau. Donc les difficultés sont autres que celles d'avant. C'est le peuple, car le peuple, c'est le pays. Même si le régime demeure toujours militaire, le peuple a beaucoup évolué. Les mentalités ont évolué avec les savoir-faire des Tchadiens de la diaspora et ceux de l'intérieur. Beaucoup de Tchadiens ont été formés et ont plus d'ouverture intellectuelle. Les gens continuent à se former et à regarder vers l'avenir pour changer leur situation. Cette création veut renforcer l'autonomie du peuple. La pièce a animé des discussions fortes qui ont amené aussi des changements au sein de la société, les universités, les écoles, la société civile. Aujourd'hui, on trouve que le peuple est épanoui, organisé et capable de faire face à son destin. Les conflits, pour la plupart constatés en 2021, sont atténués entre les communautés. Ça aussi, c'est grâce à la pièce de Dream Prayer.
Merci beaucoup, Tegi Ahmed, thank you for this piece, the trailer of the drying prayer, and then the discussion about this spectacle from 2051, and we have the good fortune to be able to speak and discuss a little about this vision from 2015, as well as the dance itself with Tegi Ahmed. I don't know if he can hear us, the choreographer and dancer.
Donc Tegi, toi, tu peux écouter Sébastien, tu peux écouter la discussion, tu peux nous suivre. Je suis pas sûre. Taïgé, tu es là, toi? Ils t'ont juste remercié pour la présentation. I don't think he can hear us. He had before some problems.
Allô?
Voilà, il est là. Yeah, hello.
Oui, ça vient, mais la connexion est là, ça part et ça vient.
Also the connections is breaking up and down and going for them back.
Exactly. I hope you can stay with us. J'espère que vous pouvez rester avec nous. But we have Zahra Israel as well, the dramaturg, the curator, right? Who worked on this presentation as well. So let's keep our fingers crossed that both of you stay here. But if we lose one, then the other one will still be here. So
I can translate always for Taige if this is wished. Just Sebastian, I can translate for Taige if you wished that I do that.
Sure. Yeah. That's good. Again, my invitation for you to the audience to ask questions, bring up your concerns, comments, your impressions as well, right? I must say, I could have had more of the dance than just the trailer. Also, after a day of talking and being on video and talking, seeing the movement alone is something just relaxing. Don't hearing a voice that talks, but a body that moves. Really, really very, very nice. And now you mentioned that that would be my first question. You mentioned in the interview, in response to the last question, that the drying prayer led to a change at the heart of society. It changed the manner in which conflicts were carried out. Actually, there were less conflicts. And so my first question would be, how did it do that? How did it do that? How did it inspire that change?
Donc d'abord, il dit ça lui fait du bien de voir le trailer et il a envie de voir plus, particulièrement après une journée où ils ont vraiment juste discuté. Ça fait beaucoup du bien de ne pas entendre la parole, mais voir les corps qui bougent et qui s'expriment comme ça. Donc, il remercie pour ça, il dit qu'il veut plus de ça. Et après, il dit, dans l'entretien, là, à la fin, tu dis que la création de Drying Prayer a amené une change de la société.
Au cœur de la société.
Au cœur de la société, et qu'il y aura vraiment une change aussi concernant les conflits qu'il y a eu d'abord. Donc, sa question, c'est comment la pièce a fait ça? Comment ça peut arriver à partir de la pièce, ce changement et résoudre les conflits? Taïgé, tu es là?
Allô?
Oui, maintenant on t'entend. Oui.
Allô? Oui. Bon, au niveau de la pièce, elle va traiter la question sur ces conflits et c'est pas aussi un grand mot, un grand geste pour pouvoir, mais comment cette pièce peut ouvrir une auditoire, comment cette pièce peut amener les gens à se recadrer, à penser sur la région du lac. La pièce peut aussi apporter une ouverture. Quand je dis d'ouverture et attirer l'intention des gens, c'est-à-dire aujourd'hui, toutes les situations, toutes les choses qui se passent, on parle de réchauffement climatique et en même temps, on ne voit pas autour, il y a des dangers qui sont les mouvements des secteurs de Boko Haram et aussi les conflits des agriculteurs éleveurs et même des conflits avec des pêcheurs qui limitent des territoires sur le lac. Mais comment cette pièce a juste une petite aperçu sur sur ces points de pouvoir amener les gens à comprendre. Amener déjà, on l'a joué déjà à l'Institut pour une première fois. Il y a beaucoup de gens qui sont là, qui sont des ONG aussi, qui sont des gens du ministère et tout, qui vont voir la question de comment ils peuvent s'ouvrir avec les artistes et déjà travailler autour du lac. Parce que ça, c'est aussi une solution. Quand on a déjà joué, il y a des ONG, il y a d'autres ONG internationales qui vont s'associer avec des artistes et de pouvoir travailler ensemble sur ces questions-là. Donc, voilà, c'est un plus déjà au Tchad. Et après, quand ça va aller à l'extérieur, on espère avoir un auditoire avec des publics et aussi des publics internationaux. Et aussi, dans les publics, il y a aussi pas seulement les publics de l'art à 100%, mais il y a aussi des gens qui vont écouter à travers les médias et qui vont s'associer à avoir encore une discussion et de développer des projets autour du lac. Donc, c'est pourquoi on se projette maintenant en 2051 qu'on a aussi trouvé des gens qui ont des moyens, qui ont des idées pour pouvoir développer ces idées-là et aller au secours autour du lac Tchad.
Okay, je dois traduire la synopsis. So he said that actually it's not always the big words that are changing things, but it's a dance piece that is going to have a public. It's already has been presented here once yesterday evening in a kind of workshop state. And pour lui, cette présentation artistique, c'est comme une ouverture.
In English.
Yeah, so it's an opening for a situation where people can first time see and hear about the conflicts, and it's a kind of sensibilization. Mm-hmm. And first of all, it takes place with the public, so with the people here from Jamena who don't know all the time about the conflicts either. And then there's a lot of people from the NGOs or the minister coming, so they as well get to know much more about the situation around Black Chad. And it's not only the climate change that's causing problems. It's really a lot about as well the violence from the Boko Haram and the very particular conflicts between the fishing men, the nomads who take care of the cows, and the people who do agriculture. So there are a lot of local conflicts, and now in the piece, the people can see them, and so the people start to discuss about it. And as there are NGOs, they get inspired perhaps to work as well with artists together, to get together with the different communities and to sort out these problematics. So for him, the piece is a kind of auditorium, opening for an auditorium. And he says there's a part of the chart where is it important, but then it goes to an international public as well. And there will other people see it. And it's not only artist people who see it, it will be as well NGOs or people who work with refugees or migrants. And they might be inspired as well to work together with artists for more sensibilization. And as it was projected from 51, he thought that people might see those talents that are already here in Chad that have ideas how to get the water, for example, from underground, and that they bring money into the Chad and then conflicts get solved.
Thank you for this answer. And if I put it into my own words, what I heard from you now is really about the importance of seeing and hearing, of understanding and feeling, right? That this piece or the prayer, the drying prayer and the prayer can enable, which is in a contrast to this call for action that we also heard at the start of the session and hear so often. And I find it very very convincing that we need more of that as well. More of that in order to imagine a change. Mm-hmm. Now, what I heard was that it was very difficult for you to imagine yourself in the year 2051. And I want to speak about that as well, because it is important for this conference here, where many people face this difficulty and really find it challenging. And I have to say, in the interview, you made it very concrete. What is the destiny of the village of Métériné? Very concrete. But maybe you can speak a little about what you found so challenging about this idea of putting yourself into the year 2051.
Donc, d'abord, il a fait une remarque. Ce que tu as dit, il trouve très important parce que ça veut dire il faut aussi une forme d'écouter et de voir, de comprendre, mais aussi de sentir pour avoir enfin un mouvement vers l'action. Donc, The Drawing Prayer aussi comme un appel pour l'action. Et il faut plus peut-être aussi des pièces ou des choses dans ce sens sensitif pour avoir un moyen pour que les gens se mettent en action contre le chauffement climatique. Et après, la question deuxième qu'il te pose, c'est qu'il a écouté que tu as eu du mal de te projeter aussi dans la future de 51 et que c'est pas facile. Tellement facile de s'imaginer en 51 et c'est très important pour cette conférence, cette vision-là, et c'est pas facile pour tout le monde de se projeter dans la future. Et il a dit, tu l'as fait quand même très concrète dans ton entretien, par exemple, avec le développement de la ville Méditerranée. Mais néanmoins, ça sera une question qu'il te pose. C'est quoi la difficulté de se projeter, pour toi particulièrement peut-être, dans l'année 2051?
Là, vous m'entendez?
Oui.
Ok. Oui. Pour moi, c'est projeté dans 2051, c'est aussi positif et à la fois négatif parce que c'est d'abord l'état sauvage du lac qui sera plus là, qui avec cette image du lac avec des maisons qui ne sont pas des maisons vraiment des maisons construites, des bâtiments, mais des maisons du lac qui étaient avant avec des herbes faites à la base des grands herbes, des bambous, des maisons faites avec la terre. C'est réalité qui va disparaître et que on va vivre le 2051 avec d'électricité qui est très fort sur le lac, les bruits des animaux peut-être vont avoir peur de la lumière qui sera projetée sur l'eau. Les animaux vont peut-être aussi aller plus loin pour trouver les animaux, les oiseaux, toutes ces choses, parce que c'est l'humanité qui devient plus fort que la nature. Donc, mais avec une technologie de changement de comment ne pas attendre la saison pluie et tout pour cultiver. Mais ça va être quand même une triste réalité qu'on va avoir cette beauté de la nature qui sera disparaître et puis les choses vont être un autre changement que ici, je peux dire que les Africains trouvent toujours quand on a une grande maison, un bâtiment à la moderne est très positive alors que ça fait pas partie, ça détruit quand même l'image qu'on a de la nature autour du lac. Donc moi, ma peur, c'est comment garder tout autour du lac cette culture des maisons toujours faites à la main avec la boue des tentes faites avec des bambous, les bateaux pirogues sont toujours un peu gardés comme à l'ancien temps, parce qu'on risque d'avoir plus ou moins en demi des petits bateaux, des bourgeois former la réalité de ces natures.
Ok. Après, je veux ajouter une phrase, je te dis déjà, et je vais te le traduire après aussi. Also, so he said, actually, going to 2051, there's something positive and something negative. There is this point that the wild form in which the lake is existing right now will be disappearing. As he talked about these people moving there and building new houses, he said there's a lot of the bamboo houses which are there right now are the houses made out of mud, which you have to rebuild all the time in a traditional manner. They will just disappear. And at the same time, new houses would come. And with these new houses, electricity will come. And perhaps with the electricity, animals will go away because they cannot stand it. So they have to leave and have to find another place where there are so he said there's this triste reality that he sees, and it's that perhaps that makes it difficult, because he said nature will lose its beauty, or there will be a lose of what is now of a traditional way of life, because in Chad a lot of people they see a big house out of cement as modernity. So there is not the value of the tradition, which is still around the Lac Tchad, which is like the pirogue, which is the old boat from the wood, or there is a kind of whole lifestyle which is like not modern. But his fear is that this, wildlife or this traditional way of life will be going away, and it's sad. That's what he said. It's a triste reality that we have to that he is seeing in 2051. And I just want to add, I told after we did the interview to Benno, who asked us to do the interview, that I realized how difficult it is for Daige to go into 51. We redid the whole interview again. And I tried to explain myself that the reality here is so demanding. You have to be so present to survive in Chad with all the problems, all the things that you have to organize every day, that it's not so easy to dream from the year 2051. So I found it out of a sudden a very luxury idea to have the space in mind all the time, to project yourself in 2051, which doesn't mean that the people here are not dreaming. They have a lot of dreams, but the reality, it demands so much. Problems are so real that it's very hard to hop out of them and to make a dream for 2051. So that's this question of why is it difficult to go in 2051? I just translated for Tiger so that he knows what I said. Donc, Tiger, je vais juste te dire, j'ai dit à Benno quand on a fait la première entretien que c'est pas facile apparemment de se projeter en 2051 pour toi parfois, parce que moi j'aime expliquer ça, que ta réalité ici, elle demande tellement, la vie ici dans la présence est tellement demandante des gens que c'est comme un luxe d'avoir l'espace dans la tête de se projeter en 2051. C'est aussi une forme de richesse. Tu vois, ça ne veut pas dire qu'il n'y a pas des rêves ici, il y a plein de rêves ici, mais d'avoir la place et la tranquillité dans la vie quotidienne qui demande tellement, d'aller en 2051, j'ai trouvé ça intéressant à constater.
OK. Et aussi, je voudrais rajouter aussi qu'il va y avoir une limitation des territoires, parce que si aujourd'hui on vient au bord du lac, par n'importe où on peut aller. Mais avec le temps, si les gens achètent tout autour du lac, il va y avoir des limitations des territoires. Peut-être les gens vont s'orienter dans un autre angle juste pour aller, tu vois, et découvrir le lac. Et aussi, à ce qui concerne les animaux, comme j'ai dit, même les bétails, peut-être ils vont créer une autre ressource qui vont être que les bétails vont aller plus loin. Comme dans l'interview, déjà, c'est comme je me répète, mais en 2051, peut-être que ça va être pour moi, tu vois, aujourd'hui, j'ai 44 ans, en 44 ans. En 2051, c'est qui a 30 ans de plus. Donc, j'aurai 74 ans. Peut-être que je vais regretter le 2021 pour moi, pour la région du lac. Donc, ça, c'est... les jeunes ne verront pas, de 2051, ne verront pas les mêmes réalités que moi. Donc, ça serait une triste réalité pour la nature.
So what he just said is that what he wants to add to what he said is that for him in 2051, the whole Lake Chad region will be much more like separated or bought, and so there will be much more frontiers. It says now we can go to the lake from a lot of places, so it's free access. But when people start to buy it, and when then people have to go, it will get like private territory, and then there will come frontiers or closures. So he says this is for him this is a reality that will take place. So he has now 44 years. In 30 years, he's 74. And the young people from 51, they will not see the same Lake Chad as he did.
Thank you also for the conversation between you two that started. And I am very impressed again by the specificity of the vision, how concrete it is, the vision. And I take that with us as we move slowly to the end of the session today and to the next day, where we have a more positive vision, less global warming today. And I liked a lot the concrete elements, the flowers in the street that create a microclimate. That was very beautiful. And I get a message right now that we actually ought to come to the end. But I think this was nice also to continue the conversation a little. And so I would like to thank you both for being here with us and sharing your work and your reflections about the role of this work in shaping the future. Thank you.
Donc, Taïgé, il te remercie beaucoup. Il nous remercie beaucoup qu'on est ici pour la conversation. Et il est vraiment quelque chose qui prend de cette conversation avec toi et avec l'entretien. C'est vraiment que c'est tellement concret. Les idées de la vision sont très concrètes. Il a recité les fleurs là qui vont repousser pour faire un microclimate. Donc, il va prendre ça avec lui. Et demain, il y aura la prochaine jour parce que là, ce soir, la conférence termine. Après nous, ça sera la fin de ce soir. Mais voilà, il prend ces éléments très concrets avec lui, ça va rester. Et voilà, merci beaucoup pour le temps, pour ta présence dans cette conversation.
Merci beaucoup. Et on espère qu'ils sont les bienvenus invités au spectacle.
Je vais le dire.
Voilà, et pouvoir encore voir en live direct le spectacle. Merci beaucoup.
He says thanks a lot and see you soon. And he wants, but me as well. I want to invite everything to come to see the show live, which will be presented in Theater Hoch X at October in the frame of Spielart. So from the 23rd until the 25th, there will be 3 shows, and we hope to see you there and then discuss afterwards more.
Thank you for the invitation. That's a great idea, actually.
I just want to do a last credit because I have to thank Cyril Danina, who did the videos for us and who was really with me sending since yesterday the files, just that he's named and say him thank you.
Thank you. To say the name again?
Cyril Danina.
Cyril Danina. Thank you for doing the videos. Thank you. That is hard and very important work. Good. Well, then have a good night and see you, many of you, most of you, some of you again tomorrow.